Sorry, I didn't hear that. Azeza, was that for me? Why are you speaking to me? We're new weeks. Hey, but you knew you were coming today, eh? Okay. So now we know, right? Yeah? Okay. So the idea of this program really is to set you up, essentially, with the Lagos branch, to help your experience, the whole making up your career choices, somewhat being your guide, right? Because the people who've been where you are today and who've scaled through and they're doing well for themselves. So there's just MBAs being that's your big brother, looking out for you. So that's why we're here. We're essentially looking out for every one of you. This year, we're inducting our colleagues that were called sometime in July. Yes, I believe some of you were called in July and some of you were called in December of 2022. We're here. Anyone that was called in July 2022? Awesome. And then, anyone, all the rest in December? Yes? Awesome. And then, there are other people who weren't called in 2022 that are here. I mean, I'm a new wig. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a new wig. So the fact that we're here, we're essentially saying we're together in this, right? We're walking this way, this route with you. You're not alone. Long and short, you're not alone, yes? So I want us to feel like you're a member of something. If there are people that are here you haven't met before, please reach out to them and say hello. So there's something that you need to have at the top of your head, like something that you're supposed to have at the forefront of your mind, right? Which is essentially networking, essentially connecting with people, because you cannot do without, you cannot go on this journey alone, right? So you need to learn to connect with people. So welcome to all of you, those of us who were called in 2022, those of us who were called long before then. I say welcome to each and every one of us. Let's clap for ourselves. Let's clap for ourselves. And in fact, let's do that stand up for the champions song for our 2022 colleagues, people who were called to the bar. And do you guys want to clap for yourself like big time? Stand up. Awesome. For the champions. You guys are champions, don't you think? There are lots of people who wrote that by exam and they didn't pass. Is that not so? So you are champions, so own it. Thank you so much. I jumped the gun. So my name is Grace Ezinewigwe. I'm going to be our compare for today's event. And we're going to be working together, essentially. We are all compares. I'm not alone in this. Just as you're not alone, I'm not alone in this. So you guys, feel free. You want to say something, you want to contribute, you feel, oh, Grace, you missed out something, and I'd like you to talk about it. Please, the mic is for all of us. The idea of this program is to be interactive, to own your stage, own this space, and leave this event feeling like you've really, really learned something. And not just feeling, actually learning something by the time you leave this event. Yeah? So to kick off, we have a chairman of the New Wings Committee in our midst. Yes, the chairman of the New Wings Committee in our midst is no other person but a learned senior advocate of Nigeria. Yes, a learned senior advocate of Nigeria. His name is Bode Olanikpeku. He's going to be giving us more like an opening remark today. Please let us do well to clap for him until he gets to the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. We're excited to have you here. And I think the fact that today is exclusively for new wigs should also impress the importance that the NBA places on new wigs, on all of us. So please feel free, take full advantage of this opportunity. I'm also a new wig, so and I'm willing to learn. But one thing you should, a way you should look at today's event is not as if anybody is trying to tailor you in a particular direction or towards a particular direction for your career. Yes, there are going to be people that have made impacts in certain areas of law speaking to you. They're not necessarily coming to tell you that this is what you should do. Of course, again, it's good strategy. If the areas they've excelled in interest you, you can decide to build careers in those directions. But I think generally you should look at principles rather than pathways. You should look at what the things that have made these people to stand out. One of the topics you're going to be listening to today would be tradition and innovation. As you well know, it's quite a traditional profession, but it's also a profession that doesn't limit your thinking. It's a profession where you can be whatever you reasonably aspire to be. So I welcome all of you to this event and hope that you have a very rewarding period today. Good morning once again, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So we were hoping that just after this, we would have the chairman of the NBA Lagos branch talk to us. We're expecting him. He will join us during the course of the program. So in the meantime, yes, we have the Assistant General Secretary of the NBA Lagos branch. He's going to talk to us about the NBA. He's essentially going to be saying, let me tell you about NBA. Why is it important to you? Why do you need to know more about NBA? How does it affect you as a lawyer? How does it affect you as a new wig? How does it benefit you? How can you benefit? How can there be a mutual beneficial relationship between you and the NBA? So please let's make welcome with a round of applause the Assistant General Secretary of the NBA Lagos branch, Jude Iwolumo. Please let's clap for him. Thank you.
Thank you. All protocols duly observed. It's Assistant Secretary, not Assistant General Secretary. I don't want the NBA General Secretary or Assistant General Secretary to come and have my head. Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful being here. I apologize that other members of ESCO are not here present. They are on their way, and just as she said, the chairman will be here to give his remarks shortly. I'm very happy to be here, and I welcome you all to NBA Lagos. As we already know, we are all members of the Nigerian Bar Association by virtue of being called to the bar. It's not something that is negotiable, and it's actually a privilege. And being a member of NBA Lagos is something that is a very rare privilege because it's the biggest and the largest body of lawyers in Nigeria, and I dare say Africa. We have over 13,000 lawyers, and it's growing every day that passes. So briefly, I would speak about the MBA from 4 different areas. I would speak on membership, I would speak on the elections, I would speak on welfare, and I would speak on growth. So I'll start with the structure of the MBA. As we already know, there is a national body, and the national body caters for the welfare of all lawyers in Nigeria at a national scale. And then there are over 100 branches of the MBA. MBA Lagos branch being the biggest, and I would say the best branch. We also have 3 sections and 11 fora. So the MBA is also structured along academic lines. There's a section on business law, there's the section on legal practice, and the section on public interest and development law. So you may choose to affiliate yourself with any of these sections. The section on business law is really popular because a lot of young lawyers tend to want to tilt towards the business side of things. But trust me, the section on legal practice and the section on public interest and development law, they are really good and interesting sections as well. And the 11 fora, as I had earlier mentioned, of which I'll just dwell on the Young Lawyers Forum and the MBA Women's Forum. I see we have more ladies than guys here, so you would want to affiliate yourself with the MBA Women's Forum. Unfortunately, we don't have MBA Men's Forum. I hope successive administrations would consider that. But yes, the MBA Women's Forum is a really good forum, and the Young Lawyers Forum is one that you should necessarily affiliate yourself with. It's like the youth wing of any political party. It's the youth wing of the MBA, and trust me, you would enjoy every bit of your time as a young lawyer if you are part of the YLF. So the YLF has a national body, and every branch is also encouraged to have its own body. I don't know, I haven't seen the YLF chair. I don't know if she's around. Ms. Kadiri for Lagos branch. I'm sure she will join us as well and speak to us on the different activities that the Young Lawyers Forum has carried out over the course of these last 2 years and before we hand over, and the plans for the future as well. As I had earlier mentioned, you automatically become a lawyer by virtue of your being called. However, you should know that you have to pay your practicing fees as and when due. You pay your branch dues as well. So in this case, you'll be paying to the MBA Lagos branch. The secretariat is always available to help. Your payment of these dues would make you a financial member and afford you with the rights, the full rights and privileges every lawyer should have, including, as you already know, your right to audience in courts. And some of the other welfare-centric, I would say, plans the national body and Lagos branch has for young lawyers and lawyers in general. As you may be aware already, there is also the national body would have elections biannually, and it's non-renewable. We had an election last year, and the national president, Mr. Yakubu Chonoko Mekiao, SAN, emerged as president. His tenure will end in 2024, and there would be another election. Similarly, at branch level, it's a 2-year term. It's non-renewable. However, you could contest again for a different position. And our tenure would be coming to an end next month. So we'd have an annual general meeting, and we have an election coming up for MBA Lagos sometime in a couple of days. And at that annual general meeting in July, the new ESCO would be sworn in. So although you are not eligible to vote, if you haven't been attending meetings, you should keep an eye out. I would talk about the eligibility to contest for future elections later, but as new wigs, you are only entitled to being the assistant secretary of the branch, which I am presently. I actually became assistant secretary when I was 5 years at the bar, so it's something you can aspire to attain. Moving forward, for welfare, which I believe is very, very important for young lawyers, the national body has its welfare packages. I know that for the last 4 years, there have been free sales for lawyers, both old and young, if you pay your practicing fee before March 31, 2 packs of sale. So you could take advantage of that. The branch has some other welfare packages for young lawyers as well. I wouldn't want to go into the nitty-gritty, but you should do your research and find out what the branch has in store for you. And then it's not just meetings and what have you with the branch, with MBA Lagos. We have other activities. Yes, the meetings are monthly, second Monday of the month, but we have our AGM coming up in July. We have our AGC party. So I'll be coming to the AGC later on, but you should look forward to attending the MBA Lagos AGC party if you would be attending the forthcoming conference. Then we have our dinner in December as well. So yes, the branch is a mixture of both academic and social life, so that you do not just feel bored and alone. With respect, okay. Sorry about that. So, with respect to the structure and the growth of the MBA Lagos, there are several committees that you could be part of. You could show willingness to join. You could also be co-opted into any of the committees. There's the New Week Induction Committee, for example. There's the Electoral Committee. There is the Law Week Committee, the committee that generally plans these events that we are part of today. There's the Dinner Committee, which would function twice every year because of the nature of our calendar. And there's the Sports Committee. The Sports Committee is a very active committee of the branch, because there's really no lawyer that can function without social life. So the sports committee handles every aspect of our sporting development as a branch. It would interest you to know that we were able to win the NBA AGC football competition for the 2021 conference, and we were very close to winning the NBA AGC competition in 2022. But NBA Onitsha, they're a very stubborn team. They pipped us to it for the second time. But we are aiming to have the trophy returned back to Lagos in Abuja 2023. So please do well to affiliate yourself with any of the committees and find time to make yourself available. It's imperative that you affiliate yourself with the MBA, because it's one of the first places you would be able to build your social capital. I have friends that I have been friends with since 2016 when I joined the branch, and I met some of them at the YLF WhatsApp group and then at YLF functions. I also met others at the branch meeting and then other events of the MBA. And I can tell you for free that during my career progression, I've been able to get solid advice from fellow young lawyers and senior lawyers by virtue of my interaction with them. And how do you meet the senior lawyers? How do you meet your fellow young lawyers? Is by participating in MBA activities. I have also been able to bring the MBA to some, I would say, companies and even friends that they were like, what is MBA doing for me? And when they now look, they say, oh, Jude is the assistant secretary of the branch. Jude has been able to help with helping me procure my seal, telling me about what's happening. I think I should even give MBA a chance in my life. And I tell them, oh, you're always looking at what has the MBA done for me. What have you done for the MBA? Because the MBA is actually made up of each and every one of us. We all make up the MBA. So it's without lawyers, there will be no MBA anyway. So I urge us today that to make it a habit to participate in MBA activities, become a member of the Young Lawyers Forum, attend branch meetings. The secretariat is always open to attend to your needs. The secretariat is at Lagos Island, Ibushi area. We also have an office in law school. The meetings of the branch, at least up till July, would continue at law school. And if it changes, members of ESCO are always available to attend to your every need, whether in respect to your work environment, with respect to applying for your sales or other secretarial functions, and even career progression or a career switch. I would, at this juncture, mention our MBA Ethics Committee, the Ethics Committee of the branch, and there's also an Ethics Committee at national level. It's important to remind you that if you have issues that you feel should be forwarded to that committee, please do not hesitate to do that. Your privacy will be respected. It could be anonymous, but there may be need for you to present facts. So it doesn't feel like you are alone when it comes to handling the murky aspects of the profession that we may get to meet as you progress. So I'm always available. I would be handing over in July, but my successor, I'm very sure, would be available. And we're actually here to serve. So please make it a point of duty to reach out to myself. The secretary, who I will apologize, is unavoidably absent. She's not in the country, but she sends her love. And every other member of ESCO would be very happy to help. I wish you all a wonderful day and a good session today. Thank you. Please, if you have any questions, I'll just take them briefly. So if you have any questions. Oh, okay. I think someone has a question.
Can we get, oh, awesome. I was going to come and say that.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Okay, so just before you take your question, sorry that I'm putting you on the spot. Just pick your bag and everything you're with and come sit here for me. Then let's hear your question. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. My name is Alice. I would like to inquire the activities of the Young Lawyers Forum, meeting times, dates, because I know I'm on one of the WhatsApp group chats and I've not really gotten any message concerning meetings or any activities of the YLF. And also mails in terms of maybe sending mail to people, your activities and all that. Then secondly, the seal issue for new weeks, because I know, I don't know, I might be speaking for everyone, we've always had that issue of getting our seal, especially when you had to do paying for the practicing fees, we had to use our exam number, and then subsequently we got our SCN number and all those things. So I tried applying online, but it was an issue. So I don't know if anything has been done concerning it to help with that. Also, for the section on business law, the committees on the section on business law, how do we get in touch with people in charge, the chairmen of those committees? Because it's just there when you go online to the SBL and you join, that's just it. There's no mail or nothing to say, oh, welcome to this is this, and that's that. So yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, 3 questions. I'll take it from the back. So, for the section on business law, please meet me after this small session, and I will direct you to the appropriate person that you would liaise with. And I'll work with speaking to the committee chairmen and secretaries to get emails sent out. So it's a section, and they usually do their own thing, but so you typically have to get registered and then work on getting into the committees. But I will see what I can do with getting the committee to at least take cognizance of those who are interested in those committees and co-opting them in. You do well to also try to attend the conference. At the conference, you would meet people who are part of those committees, and they would direct you better as well. For your question on the sale, we escalated to national on the fact that New Weeks could not get their sales because of their SCN, and I know it's being worked on. I spoke with Nta recently, Nta being the secretary of the branch, and she's working assiduously to make sure that New Weeks get their sales. There was also a problem with payment of branch dues because of the same issue, but we asked that you use your exam number and what have you to make that payment. And then for the YLF, Ms. Kadiri would have been the best person to answer, but it's a newly constituted committee, and it's still being, like, meetings and what have you are still being worked on by the ESCO. Unfortunately, they will be leaving soon, and the executive committee of the YLF is under the branch executive committee, so there's a likelihood they would be dissolved and a new ESCO would come in from July. If a new ESCO comes in, they would now lay the groundwork for meetings and what have you. But over the last 1 year, the committee they organized about 5 to 6 trainings for young lawyers. There was also a meet and greet and a get-together at Valentine, and a beach, I'll say get-together too, for young lawyers. So yes, there hasn't been a meeting, whether physical or hybrid, but there's been activities ongoing, and there will be physical meetings moving forward, hopefully. Thank you. Be happy to take any further questions. Thank you very much.
Son, okay, thank you very much. Thank you. We really appreciate that. So there's something that I don't know, how many of you finished from the University of Nigeria in Nsukka? Anybody? Or some other? Oh, okay. Okay, awesome. So there's something that our lecturers used to say to us then. They used to say, try to go through the school and let the school go through you. Yes? Yes? Okay, so even those of you who did not attend University of Nigeria, do your lecturers say something like that? No? No? Okay. So this is the one time that you hear it, right? You've heard so much about what the MBA can do for you. All of that will only materialize if you're able to let the MBA pass through you, right? All of that will only materialize if you're able to let the MBA pass through you. And I'm just going to say, so when I first mounted the stage, this podium, I remember something my mom used to say quite often. She used to, mothers, they're always right, yes? Yes, period. Whether you like it or not, mothers are always right. So she used to say, there is time for everything. I think that's a statement from the Bible, yes? But she used to say it quite often. So anytime that she wanted, like in the process of instilling in myself and my siblings the patience of going through the process. She would say, there is time for everything. And really, there's time for everything. There's time for everything. There's that time where, you picked up your jam form. Abi? You picked up your jam form and you filled it. Some of us were very sure, it has to be law. It's law or nothing. If they don't give me law, I'm not going anywhere, And there were also some people that were like, let's just write anything there. Or no? I'm alone. Okay. So there was also that time when, you had gone to somewhat check your timetable for bar finals. Remember that time? Does any of us remember that time? I remember that time. The tension that you probably felt. And in fact, while I'm talking to you about it, I'm walking myself down memory lane and even far back to when I wrote my very first semester exam when I first got into uni, How many of us remember that time? First semester exam. Like, can you picture yourself back then? So really, there's time for everything. And I remember that I was so afraid after I had seen my timetable for the semester. I was like, can I do this exam at all? This is a law exam. The very first law exam I was going to be taking in my life. And I'd had to call a senior friend. I'd poured out my mind, You know how you're panicking on the call. And you're saying, I don't know if I can do this, Long story short, he walked me through it, and I somehow was able to reassure myself, because really, the reassurance can only come from you. No matter what anybody tells you, you are the owner of the responsibility of reassuring yourself. And somehow I had to reassure myself that, I've come this far. This is the least I'm ever going to be. I will go ahead. I must go ahead even. Yeah, have we thought about it? Now you're seated here. There's time for everything. Today, you're seated here as inductees. Is that a word? Yeah, thank you. So you're seated here, you're being inducted, you're being welcomed into a body of lawyers, old, young, in the middle of old and young, And you're essentially going to be a part of this body. Yes, you're going to be a part of the Nigerian Bar Association. So yeah, you're probably going to have doubts. Some of you don't. Some of you are probably working with a law firm already. Some of you are not. Some of you are considering, even if I'm with this law firm, do I want to stay here, or do I want to try something else? Some of you, I imagine, will be full of doubts. You're very uncertain about a lot of things. Yes. So NBA has essentially stepped in. Like, that's my senior friend, to say, I will help you reassure yourself. That's the whole essence of this program. That's the whole essence of this program. We're saying, let's help you reassure yourself. You've come this far. This is the least you're ever going to be. Because really, this is the least you're ever going to be. You're not always going to be 1 year after call. After some time, you'll be 2 years. 3 years. Yeah. So this is really the least that you're ever going to be. Yes? It is for you to make the decision. Remember what I said initially? Whatever we have said about what MBA can offer you, you have to be the one to go through MBA for that to materialize. Yes? So MBA is here in this gathering, organizing a program like this, essentially to say, you must go ahead. This is the least that you could ever be. You should go ahead. And whether after another 2-5 years, you would be any different from what you are now, is all in your power. Yeah. It's all in your power. So I imagine that, like in my head, I'm saying to myself, because like I said in the beginning, I'm a new wig, yes? So in my mind, I'm saying, I should go ahead. Just as I'm telling you, you should go ahead. Just as NBA is telling you, you should go ahead. Now the question is, will you go ahead? So we've put together this program with different topics, different conversations, discussions that we will shortly go into now. And we are depending on you, right? Because I need you to understand that this is not just their program. We are depending on you to make good use of this program. So are we going to make good use of this program? Is somebody saying? Are we going to make good use of the program? I cannot hear anyone. Are we going to make good use of this program? Okay, we're getting there. That's about more like a good time to just say, let's see how it goes. Because, you're going to say yes, but time will tell, yes? Time will tell. Time will tell. So we're going to move on, yeah? Enough with my chit-chat. So we're moving on to a very first panel for this session, yes? And like I said, it's a special package. It's all for you. We had you all in mind when we put this together, right? So this is our first panel for today. We have put them together to talk to you, essentially to have a discussion with you on this topic, from tradition to innovation, maximizing opportunities in dynamic practice areas. From tradition to innovation. So away from, this is how it's done here, to this is how we can do it, right? And for this panel, our first panelist, he's a legal practitioner with about a decade's experience in corporate and public sectors. She started her career at the legal department in MIC Microfinance Bank, where she doubled as an executive assistant to the managing director of that company. And in 2007, she joined Greenwich Trust Limited, one of Nigeria's top 5 investment banking companies, where she worked in the corporate service division. This division comprised of the human resource and the company secretary departments in Greenwich. In 2019, she joined the Ministry of Justice, Lagos State, as a counsel and public mediator at the Directorate for Citizens' Rights, and later on at the Office of the General Counsel to the Governor of Lagos State. She's the founder of Virtual People Solutions, a company which provides cutting-edge personal development training, research, and mentoring, and training services to individuals and organizations. She's also currently part of the legal compliance team in West Africa of Velvex Advisory and a mentor with the Tony Elumelu Foundation. Join me to welcome, with a roar of applause, one and only, Bumi. Please clap for her. Please clap for her. Bumi, you're welcome. You're welcome. Our second panelist for this session is a tech guy. Okay, please pardon me. He's a highly skilled technology lawyer. He's a specialist in the ever-evolving technology industry, one who is advising startups, established tech firms, and tech-focused investors with his experience and expertise in areas such as intellectual property, what we normally call IP, and data privacy, in emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, AI, blockchain, amongst others. He's a trusted advisor for this digital age with valuable insights into the intersection of law and technology. I keep shouting out the technology because, this is Gen Z. Please join me to welcome to this podium, Inu Oluwatayo. Thank you very much. Also on this panel, we have someone who was with us last year. We have very helpful capacity as compared. She has graced us with her presence on today's occasion as well. A lady with a decade of experience in providing business, legal, and compliance counsel to organizations in different industries, including those in the Middle East African region and South Korea, on privacy and data protection. She holds a data privacy and technology certificate from Harvard University. She's a born speaker. She has spoken at different industry panels and events, including a forum organized by the International Trade Center and Africa Union, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. She is presently the General Counsel of LG Electronics West Africa. Please join me to make welcome to our Miss Tomisi Olumuyiwa. Welcome, you're welcome. I'm moderating this session. Is a senior associate in the Dispute Resolution Practice Group at Templars, a master's degree holder in international business law from King's College London, first-class degree holder from Abia State University in 2010, a man having a decade's experience advising and representing Nigerian and expatriate clients on diverse areas of Nigerian law and in high-profile commercial and general civil disputes covering a broad range of causes. Please make welcome, no other but Orji Uka. So I'm handing you over to a very capable hand. Huh? Don't worry, you're in safe hands, very safe hands. Probably safer hands than mine.
Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Why are we cold? It is not cold. What's going on? Are we enjoying ourselves so far? Okay, as you've heard, my name is Orji. I am delighted to address you this morning in my little capacity as the moderator of this session. I once heard from a chairman of another session somewhere a long time ago that the easiest role to play in an event like this is to be the moderator or the chairman. Your job is very simple. You have an array of speakers, well-versed, very qualified, intelligent speakers. Ask them questions that appear intelligent, and let them give you intelligent answers, and you will appear intelligent. So my job today is to ask those intelligent speakers questions that would appear intelligent. And I hope with your contribution we'll have a lovely session today. As you've heard already, as you know already, this is the New Week's induction, organized by the New Week's Induction and Placement Committee of the MBA Lagos branch. And today we are discussing the theme from tradition to innovation, maximizing opportunities in dynamic practice areas. So, as a lawyer who is in, I'm in very traditional law practice, okay? As you've heard, most of the work I've done in the past 10, 11 years has been in the area of dispute resolution, litigation, and arbitration. And I was asking myself, am I really the person to moderate a session that deals with innovation? Is there anything innovative about me? But I didn't realize that it's always best to go from the known to the unknown. And so I am the known, litigation, arbitration, and we have the unknown there, who are clearly more adventurous than me, and who have been able to do different things that I can only dream of. I really admire them, but today is not for me. I don't think anybody here came to listen to me. You came to listen to your speakers, so I'm going to start first with Bumi. As you've heard, she's an Assistant Chief State Counsel with the Lagos State Lotteries and Gaming Authority. Bumi, my question to you this morning is very simple. So the first question is, while you were in university or at the law school, did you know you were going to end up where you are? As part of that question, in answering that question, I would love for you to please introduce yourself, other than what we've heard already. Just tell us your story in maybe 5 minutes. How did you end up where you are currently today? Did you know you were going to do that from day one?
Okay. Thank you, everybody. My name is Olubumi, and I call myself a lawyer by force. Some of you were opportune to, you were eager to study law. I wasn't. I was coerced by my mom. Like, you must study law, you must study a professional course. So I started my journey, but along the line, and it was at a section of an MBA conference like this, the then director for the Commercial Law Directorate, Mrs. Odolami, came and she spoke about contracts, commercial law, government contracts. And from there, I was hooked. And don't forget, I was coming from investment banking. So I walked up to her timidly then to ask about how I could learn. And she casually said, just invest in yourself and just get knowledge. I took that and I ran with it. So with that, I joined the Lagos State government. I moved. There are times you are opportuned to learn, because when you work, your job description entails that you do certain things. But I think I got lucky, and I didn't stop at that. I got lucky, and as time progressed, I found myself working in areas that allowed me learn different aspects of law. Particularly when I was at the Office of the General Counsel to the Governor, the knowledge was, the experience was enormous, because you were diving into everything. Then back onto when I came to the Commercial Law Directorate. I spent 7 years in that directorate, and it's been interesting. I was deployed to the Lagos State Lotteries and Gaming Authority. It was formerly Lagos State Lotteries Board in 2021. And because I took the advice of the then director, I found out that I had to invest in myself. Sadly, where I work, the investments might not be much, but what I did was, number one, I would ask questions. If I hear anything on the news about a new aspect of law, anything whatsoever, I'll make sure I take out my time to learn about it. Not in depth, but just to have an idea about it. So with that knowledge, the skills I had from commercial law, it was easy for me to have a seamless fusion when I got to the Lotteries Board. And I must tell you, when I got my letter, to the law cheese board, I was wondering, what do they do? Am I going to be interacting with people who play Baba Ijebu, or what is happening? But when I got there, I found out that, number one, I didn't have any idea what it entails, what the operations of gaming entailed. And it's been, the ball has been rolling since then. But one thing I can tell you is, the skills I learned, and because I had to invest a bit in myself, it was seamless. And one thing I'm going to say is, you don't come into gaming law. Okay, let me say this. Gaming law, because I'm supposed to speak on introduction to gaming law. Gaming law is not, it's not a branch of law, so to speak. You wouldn't even hear it everywhere. It entails different aspects of the law. So, if you're interested in gaming law, you must come into it with something, with a particular knowledge in an area. So you can be versed in intellectual property, it will work for you. You can be versed in negotiations, dispute resolution, it will work for you. You can be versed in litigation, it will work for you. You can have experience in commercial law, it will work for you. So that is it for that.
I was expecting us to put our hands together for her. Do I need to tell us to put our hands together for her? So I don't know if you all were listening, but there were loads of nuggets in what she said. So firstly, I hear you say you were coerced to study law.
Yes.
I'm sure a few of us were. In my own case, I was asked to study medicine, but I failed chemistry. So that was a cue for me to say to my dad, no, this is not for me. This is not for me. And then somehow I ended up in law. But I hear you talk about attending events like this, MBA events, SBL events. There are different sections of the MBA, as I'm sure you would have known by now. Attend those events. Those lawyers that you can only see on television, you will interact with them at close quarters. And not just attend events, sit at the back. She attended an event. She asked questions. She approached someone. And when she was given advice, she implemented it. She took the advice and implemented it. So what she's simply saying is that if you invest in yourself, if you attend events and make the most of it, events of this nature, there are at least 2 senior advocates of Nigeria in this room. I expect that before you leave, even if you don't get their card, at least let them know your name before you leave here. So that's just what this whole thing is about. Thank you very much, Bumi. I think I'm going to ask the same question to Iniolua.
All right, thank you.
At Tech Hive Advisory. They say tech is the new oil or gold. I don't know which of it is. I can assure you the tax authorities are not here. So there's nobody that would. So speak freely. Tell us the secrets of this tech. I'm young, but for some reason it looks like I'm a dinosaur already. I'm in an area that is fast phasing out, particularly because of all the issues we have with the justice delivery system in Nigeria. People are not interested in litigation anymore. But one area they're interested in is tech, whether it's tech on its own or tech law. How did you end up there? Did you know from day one? And how has it been so far?
All right, thank you. So unlike Bumi, I was in course, it was just the logical thing for me to do then. I mean, I found myself in the arts class and law was just logical for me. And yeah, when I got called, I entered a law firm and I was ready to scatter everywhere, just show them what I'm made of. But I found myself doing as the court pleases and as the lordship pleases, and I was like, no, this is not what I want. I mean, this is not what I signed up for. So I was there for like a while, then I moved in-house. And that was like a change of environment, atmosphere. There were like different things to do. There was compliance, debt raise. I mean, yeah, there was a wide area of things for me to do. And I mean, it piqued my interest, I mean, for a while, till it didn't anymore. And then I attended a conference too, like this, and I met with, a senior colleague, and he was talking about data protection then, and it was something that was being taken into consideration or being hammered on by many people or many countries these days, and that was what piqued my interest. So I actually started out, thinking of going into data protection, but when I actually started, because of my research and learning process, I learned that there was more to tech or law in itself than just data protection. There was the core aspects of tech law, where things like AI, things like blockchain. In short, things as basic as fintech were things that I found out, and I just immersed myself in it and did a lot of learning. I had to do a lot of unlearning and relearning, basically. And over time, I was able to build up, skills and knowledge, and I was able to, this was through advisory of different types of clients, like startups, scale-ups, and in different environments or niches, fintechs, health techs, prop techs. There are many, you name them. And contrary to people's belief, people are always like tech is the new oil. In a way, it might be, but at the end of the day, everybody wants to become a founder. So you have like a lot of budding tech companies. In fact, those that actually have the money are like just maybe 1% of the whole ecosystem. And working with, so you're working with both the wannabes and the people that know what they are doing. And the fact is that when you're working in a system like that, an unofficial system, there's a lot of legalese stuff that you have to drop. You have to learn to think more like them, learn to relate with them just for them so that they can put their confidence and trust in you. Also the fact that, with tech, you have a lot of people, we have a lot of cross-border transactions and globalization. You would have to actually learn more about how other systems or jurisdictions actually work too. And that was something that, for when I first got into it, I was like, wow, this is actually a lot more than I actually imagined and stuff. But over time, I think I was able to immerse myself into it, and here we are today.
The next time I have to beg us to clap, I'll ask the guests to go back to their offices if you're not enjoying what they are giving to you today. Thank you, Inyolua. I think you also heard that. I don't know if the organizers planned to bring people who have been attending conferences to us today to show us the merits of attending conferences, but you've heard it. Look, before I move over to Tomisi, look, law is, I don't know that there's an English word that can capture what I'm trying to say. There's a word in Igbo, omimi. So the closest word is deep, but I'm not sure deep is enough for it. So law is vast, law is diverse. There is nothing, see, you don't blame me when I grew up, and I'm not that old, sorry. I grew up in a profession where, or rather, I grew into a profession where we were taught from top down that is just litigation. And even at the law school, go back to your university days, what were you taught? It was all geared towards litigation. They were asked to do mock trials. At law school, the two major courses, civil litigation, criminal litigation. Even in civil litigation, they teach you commercial arbitration in litigation. It's just comical, but we can't keep bashing the law school. Until they get it right, you have to find a way to improve yourselves. But the point is that by the time you come out, you didn't realize that all of those things you were taught in school, whether it's property law, whether it's commercial law, whether it's even indeed any of those civil litigation or criminal litigation, either of them can launch you into a completely different area that you didn't plan from day one. You can see it right before us. And on that note, I move over to Tomisi Olumuyiwa, who is the General Counsel and Company Secretary at LG Electronics. You've heard the same question. I don't know if you are happy to also take that same question.
Sure.
Tell us, how did it start for you? Tell us your story in a few minutes.
Okay.
And
Hi,
then
everyone.
how did you end up as General Counsel, LG Electronics?
You guys aren't looking as lively as you should,
I'm
so
surprised.
try your best. All right, so my story is really interesting because while in university, I was intentional about the courses I took or the electives I took. And I think the reason is I've been blessed with a systems thinking mind. Like, I'm passionate about reformation, community building. So I was very intentional. So I chose family law because I felt family is the unit of the society. So I want to have an impact in that sphere. I chose environmental law. So I was just really specific because I thought, these were things I wanted to do. I want to change the family. I want the environment to be better, stuff like that. So I would say I started off with passion. And so, called to the bar, I did litigation for a bit, and I knew it wasn't my thing at all. It just wasn't for me. And not because I don't like advocacy. I thoroughly love advocacy. But the system, I hate being stressed. Like, let's just get it done. The bureaucracy just wasn't my thing. I don't work well in those kind of systems. So I opted out. But when I went to law school, when I was finishing law school, I felt I was going to open a recycling company, right? So that was what I was finishing law school with. I was going to open a recycling company and, recycle, make clothes from recycled plastics. I was really passionate about, but I finished. And I saw that before I start off this thing, what's my capital? Do I have people in the industry? How do I make it big? Where do I start from? Picking plastic seems like a very weird thing. So I went to the advocacy of that, and I volunteered with Saucy Vibes, right? Then I also volunteered with an environmental research institute somewhere at Ikoyi here. So because I knew I wasn't yet ready for the recycling plant, but I knew I wanted to be in that industry. So I did all of that, volunteered for research and then advocacy. So we'll go around, speak to people. I could see you one day, maybe you throw something. I'm like, guy, do you know that plastic, your jerseys are from that plastic? And I'll be doing that, but I saw that, before my money comes, it's going to take a while. So now, at that time, I was depleting my savings from law school and uni. And I knew that, yes, passion is great, and I support it, but I need to also make money. I need to live. And, my parents, not that anything is wrong with them, but it's a joy to be able to lend to the community and your parents. And I wasn't able to earn, sufficient money. So I did, I started learning stuff online, circular economy. And so a recycling company noticed me on Twitter and said I should come work for them. Now, what I was doing with them wasn't law. It was a bit of law. I did a bit of company secretarial work. But then it was grant writing. And that's because writing is sort of things we know how to do. But passionate writing, convincing writing. And so I did that. I did that for a bit, and then went on to a boutique law firm. We're doing regular law, commercial, corporate law practice. But then there was something that came up. There was the first kids mini marathon that was happening in Lagos. And it happened that my firm won the bid for the legal advisory part. But then my principal wasn't interested. It's just the law part we want. We're not so much about the sport. Let's do law. But sport is also something I'm keen on, right? And it's something I've been building from way back. I used to cycle. I cycled for Lagos. So it was my passion that was pushing me in all these directions, even though maybe there wasn't yet money in any of them. So I did sports consulting for that event that was happening. And it included contracts, right? Data protection, because there were kids involved, marketing, a lot of things. Now that stopped there. I didn't do anything sports related. But then another thing came up in that firm, media. And I'd done some free courses on see, I'm just adventurous. Let's just take it like that. I do whatever piques my interest, as long as it doesn't affect my core. I can do something for money now, but still on the side, pick up an interest and build it. So I had been doing courses on media, and then we had a production where to do a talk show. I had to be a production manager on that. Now, what I'm saying from that story is, I always lend my service to, not just anything. I'm looking at myself as a business person. I want to advise from different aspects of law. So whatever comes my way, I pick it and I learn. So if I'm telling you something about your business, I could be talking about your ESG because I know about environment. I could be talking about your marketing because I've done a bit of things in marketing. I could be talking about how that your marketing can suit into a sports program because I know about these things. So my interest, my adventure has just blessed me in a way that I have picked up many things and just gone on. And coming in-house is just a different story. It was someone who just referred me and you have to first be an excellent lawyer before you are maybe a privacy and data protection lawyer or a sports lawyer, a tech lawyer. Be a great lawyer first. Learn service to people. Let people see you. Connect with people. All my jobs have been from people, not long-leg people. Don't get me wrong. It's not like long-leg. It's that people have spotted me. Last year at an event, just this event last year, I was the compare. And one of the panelists was there, and I we kicked off a relationship. And she's referred me for so many things that if I didn't start talking or show interest in the person, it wouldn't have happened. So what I've learned, volunteer, move in the direction of your passion. It might not yet bring money, but your passion, I've done privacy and data protection consulting for other sports, activities. Sometimes I work with a team that collaborates with the federal government for the sports industrialization we're doing in Nigeria. So I might not fully be in environment, I might not fully be in sports, like the core things I really, really love, but I found something that lends services to all the other industries that, I can be a part of. So that's been my story so far.
At least this time around, I didn't have to force you all to clap. So, one of the benefits of attending an event like this is you learn every day. And so I'm learning for the first time that people had savings from university and law school.
I cycled for Lagos, so we're paid for that.
So I hear you talk about being intentional. I hear you talk about volunteering, because that's one thing that Nigerians don't know how to do. I remember when we hosted the Commonwealth Games, no, not Commonwealth Games, All Africa Games in Abuja, and after the end of the event, the volunteers rioted because they were not paid. So you need to sometimes just make yourself available for no pay. And I'm not saying go and work without pay. I'm not saying anybody should maltreat you. I'm saying sometimes know that there are some errands you have to run. And that's how the profession is. As you rise, even up to now, there are lots of things I do for people who just say, Oji, do this for me, and I do it because I know that I'm not doing it because something will come out of it, but I just know that there's always reward, whether it's from that person or from someone else. So I hear that, and I'm happy you've said it. You also talked about learning, and in your way, you talked about learning and relearning. And at this age, you must know that, and I think you hear that a lot in law school. Most of your lecturers would have told you, this is the law, but in practice. Now that you are here, you hear others tell you, yes, that's what they taught you in law school. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that in life generally, you must continually learn. I understand that's what it means to study. Someone who is a student is someone who continually learns. And the fact that you finished your first degree or law school does not mean learning has ended for you. And then you can see the passion with which he spoke, and you just have it. And then, of course, he talked about connecting with people. So I'm going to remain with you, to ask this question. What's your, so two in one, what's your average day like in what you do? And what are the challenges? Because launching into the unknown cannot come without challenges. I've already said, I'm not a coward, but I've said that I could not. I have had opportunities to move in-house. I remember when I came back from my master's, first of all, when I wanted to do my master's, I did international business law, not litigation, because I thought to myself, why do I want to go and do a master's in international litigation when I'm going to practice litigation in Nigeria? So I did international business law. I tried out different things, but in the end, I came back to dispute resolution. My first job when I came back was in-house. Honestly speaking, it was double of what I was earning in a law firm before I went for my master's. But I woke up every morning with palpitations. I was worried. I was scared. What am I going to do? This is just not me. And I'm not joking. I got another offer from a law firm within 2 weeks of that first offer, and the law firm offered less, and I took it. So I could not branch, and I thought at this age of my life I couldn't do it. But for those of you who have been able to do it, I admire you a lot. I think you can hear that from all I've said today. I admire you three a lot. So what's your day like, and what are the challenges, practical challenges that our younger colleagues need to look out for in making their moves?
So what's my typical day like? So no day is ever the same, because so my company is also call marketing, and we're fast-paced. So what you said about waking up with palpitations, I know every day I'm going into work, there's one impromptu request coming, and like, the order is now, we'll miss the sale if you don't, there's always that, run. It's a lot. So I've seen that people's priorities, right, become my priority, and that's because I'm a business lawyer, and I should be about the business of the company. So the good thing is we're talking about innovation. My company also adopts some technologies that helps with, the fast-paced nature. So in my observation of the company, I foresee, with the way we're going, this will be needed. A data protection agreement for this, cross-border transfer, something. So I already have like templates for different scenarios, and then like the tech we have, I log it into the system, and if you need it, just go there, request for it. I already did the template, and I have explanatory notes. So that's a way I manage the pressures that come from my team members, because we're dealing with marketing, we're dealing with the customer service, we're dealing with the sales, it's so much pressure from and diverse areas of law. we're having a customer complaint one day, we're having one social media drama going on, a PR issue. So there's just like so many things to lend your services to. And what I think has worked for me is, like I said, I'm adventurous, right? Is my desire to always just learn different things. So regardless of what's coming, and I have good relationship with people who are not even in my office. So like older friends, I could just pick up a call like, Umi, how far? Like, these people are asking me this thing, we have to show like, this thing, how far? What do you think? What do you think? And then she tells me stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, I put one and two together, and I'm like, oh yes, it works in this, our business climate. So learning from people, speaking to older people, I honor older people though, because they've gone far. So I stay on their shoulders comfortably, because I don't like stress, But yeah, so that has worked for me. Other challenges I have is, I work in a multicultural environment. Like I have people from different cultures in my office. So I've learned how to be patient with people, right? Even though they're not, because, lawyers, we're prim and proper. We have there's a way we are. And when you're dealing with business people, they're not so comported as you are. Their emails might not be well drafted. Some people one thing that irks me, when someone sends me like, kindly do the needful. So I'm like, so what's the needful? So like some of this communication, them not having the panache that we have, sometimes it irks me, but I found that I've learned emotional intelligence, I've learned to be patient with people, I've learned their culture to understand when they say some things, it doesn't mean the English I understand it to be. So I've dropped all that legal, braggadocious thing we have, and just settled into the business space and try to understand them for the business that we do. Let me see, what other challenge do I have? I think that's one of the those are the major things that I've faced recently in terms of the workload, the culture. Yeah, those are the major things I've faced recently.
Thank you very much for sharing with us. Thank you. So I'll move over to you, Inyolua. Just same question. You already told us you do interesting work, cross-border work sometimes. So please tell us more. Give us the secrets. Tell us more. What other things do you do? Like a typical day, how does it happen? And then, obviously, just like Tommy mentioned, there are challenges.
All right.
Share them with us, please.
All right. My day is also dynamic. But some things are actually always constant in my work life. There's the need to actually regularly track what regulators have come up with, because the thing with the tech industry is that it's very innovative. Every day, like, new innovations are coming up, and the regulators are trying to play catch up. And before you know it, the CBN has released like 5 guidelines or something, and you have to like keep up and just ensure that your clients are actually following these guidelines and everything. So there's that. They need to always ensure that you're in touch with the regulations or the new regulations, basically. Lots of meetings, both negotiations and business meetings, like she said.
Physical meetings or virtual?
No, virtual. I don't think any tech person really wants to have a physical meeting anymore. So yeah, lots of meetings where you have to start explaining. As a lawyer, you have to learn what things like API or SDKs are, and then you have to start explaining it to the client or even the lawyer on the other side, because they might need a bit of knowledge or knowledge sharing, basically. Also, yeah, maybe like lots of maybe report writing and opinion writing. But the thing is that unlike articles that are writing for lawyers, you cannot put it things like EBID or footnotes or stuff like that. You have to actually make it really simple, and you have to, like you said, you're dealing with business people. You're dealing with people that don't know this legalistic stuff you're talking about. That's what I was saying about unlearning and relearning a lot of things, because it's just a new field entirely. Now, by the end of the day, too, I still always try to ensure that I keep myself up to date in relation to laws and happenings and even concepts of the legal field, because at the end of the day, like I said, it's the intersection between technology and law I work in, and law still applies like in a number of ways, even though like in the Nigerian system, we're trying to play catch up, but even with that catch up too, a lot of laws are being released or being signed in. A lot of bills have been signed into law, a lot of guidelines are being released, a lot of compliance requirements are there to be done. These are things that you need to do. Then also a lot of research, because there are many untouched areas. For example, now there was the talk about IP and NFTs last year that caused a lot of ruckus, and this was something that a lot of research has to be done into how to protect IP. Same thing with maybe blockchain IP and stuff like that. So there's just really lots of moving wheels.
Bumi, it's been a while we heard your voice. So, same question, typical day, and then practical challenges.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm a bit different. I work with the government. So, number one, we know there's bureaucracy. So you have to find a way to work around that. But my everyday is, because we are in a peculiar situation, so let me quickly mention this. Presently, the gaming industry is regulated by both the federal government and the state governments. Ideally, it should be regulated by the state governments, and that is the position of state regulatory agencies. So we are in a constant battle with different things. So for instance, you have operators who are registered with the federal government saying, listen, I cannot register with the federal government, pay a certain amount to obtain a license, come back to Lagos State, for instance, obtain another license. They'll tell you, listen, my business is failing, I can't pay my staff. So we always have to constantly find a way, number one, to negotiate with operators, allay their fears, and tell them, we understand we're in a peculiar situation, but we need you to do this. If you did not, you cannot do business in my state where I have the population, I have the market, and you take my money elsewhere. So that is constant. At least ever since I joined, that battle has been constant. And of course, thank God for the drafting skills, commercial. When you are in this gaming industry, you tend to see a lot of software contracts. I see that a lot because you are dealing with software companies, fintech companies, payment solution providers. We have an arrangement with a particular company where they are supposed to put up like a platform where stakers, players can pay, they pay on that platform to access a lot of things. So you have that. I deal with a lot of software contracts. I deal with a lot of agreements, service level agreements. And what the takeout from that is, number one, you must know what to look out for in your contracts, else you will put the state in a mess. I have been in a mess before where you are getting a call that the governor is saying, how come I'm losing 300 billion on this contract? So if you have been in that kind of mess before, you will know that you cannot just draft a contract with one eye. You must have an eagle's eye when drafting contracts. So a lot of times I draft contracts, service level agreements, NDAs, and like I said, software contracts. You must know what to look out for in these contracts. And negotiations. I have had calls to, I had to come out of my shell, go to the police station where we had, where the an operator, someone won, a punter won, a lottery player won money, and he wasn't paid. So he took it upon himself to invite the police to go arrest the sporting betting officials. So at that point, we had to come in to negotiate with the police. Have you ever been to the police station before? Have you negotiated with the police before? Let me, those tips, don't speak good English. Yes, speaking from experience. Please don't speak good English when you get to the police station. Try and mix it with a bit of pidgin. So, because the fact that you're a lawyer and you come there, it automatically stirs them up. They're wondering what do you want to come and do. They are wondering, who are you? Do you understand? So I've had cause to go to police station to speak on behalf of our betting operators that, listen, this is a civil matter. You don't have to get the police involved. At the same time, we've had cause to, so we have a monitoring and enforcement team. So what they do is, because of this regulatory overlap, it is something that is it is disturbing in the gaming industry in Nigeria as we speak. So we've had cause to go to betting operators who are registered with the federal government to tell them, listen, you must come and obtain your license from Lagos State. We get to them, we close their shops, seize a bit of their stuff to tell them that, listen, you need to come and regularize. So I have had cause to go to the Special Offences Court to represent my office and, to tell them that, listen, okay, this is what we do, this is what is acceptable. And my challenge is bureaucracy. Yes, bureaucracy is, you can't take that away when you work with the government, but you must find a way to work around it. And I'm not going to say that doesn't happen elsewhere, but it is more in the public sector. Bureaucracy, and you have to learn how to work with different kinds of people. You probably have a number of people in your law department who you can liaise with and probably think on the same line. But when you're outside, your law department and all that, you must learn how to work with people. So I think the challenge for me was, I am not someone who is really out there, but I had to learn how to deal with people. It is extremely important, your communication skills. It's a challenge, but you must learn how to communicate. You must learn how to work with people. You must learn how to consult. Now, I'm saying this because there are challenges that I've heard over time from people, whether you work in the public or the private sector. You must learn how to communicate. You must learn how to negotiate. You must learn how to consult. And you must learn how to, reach out and learn from other people. So, yes, I hope that covers it.
I was going to stay with you on your last set of questions before. So we have a few minutes left, and in that time, you all have last words, and then I'll also throw it open to the rest of us in case we have specific questions for any of the panelists. So you already, in fact, all of you have been giving nuggets of advice in the course of today. So my last question to you would then be, just from where you stopped, do you have other recommendations, other suggestions, other practical advice that you can give to younger ones on how to navigate whatever it is they face in their career going forward, in whatever area that they end up working?
Okay. I would always say this. You must learn. You must gather information. You must know how to create. You must know how to be an infopreneur. And when I say you create an infopreneur is, for instance, you must learn how to take information and simplify it for people. You can do that at a fee, or you can do it for free. That has worked for me in a lot of ways, and I can't tell you the doors that it has opened for me. I try to read every day. I'm a mom of 2, I'm married, but I try to read every day. It sounds impossible, but I try to, because you see, there is a menace, and it is the social media menace, the scrolling menace, the consuming menace. It is easy to get trapped into that. So you must be deliberate about not being sucked into that. As a lawyer, there are a lot of things going on out there, and I think I have to hold in Elua. I was reading on smart contracts. So it is possible that lawyers may be eliminated in the future because they don't need you again for the contracts. They are talking about legal technology. They are talking about AI in the legal profession. And someone said at one point, he said, lawyers are not creative. That caught me. But if you look at it, it may be true, because we have been taught to read, consume, abide by certain rules and regulations. So that wouldn't give you a leeway to be creative. But with legal technology and with the likes of Inuluwa there, we have an opportunity to be creative as lawyers. We can no longer be boggled down by our textbooks, by by just the fact that I'm a lawyer, I'm just to read. You know, there is this thing they'll say, lawyers, you have to read, and you guys have to be bent, you know. But I think right now we have limitless opportunities to, you know, to go out there and be creative and don't let them say lawyers are not creative. And for instance, in gaming law, I mean, like I said, I'm going to make reference to that. You can gather information on gaming law because it is a new aspect of law that is not known. Gather information on it, break it down to people, and you can have potential clients in regulatory agencies. So this is a tip again. Especially regulatory agencies in the north, they have an idea that there's revenue and cash flow in lotteries and gaming, but they do not know the operations and the structure. They don't know how to go about it. So you have an advantage to gather information about it. Look for them. You have to look for your clients as a lawyer. Look for them. Sell this idea. Sell your information to them. They are willing. They are willing to know. They are willing to pay for your services, for your consultancy services. And your clients can be, okay, there's this lawyer, I was opportune to liaise with him and be in a meeting with him. His name is Yahaya Maikori of Law Alliance. I don't know if we know him. He's skilled and versed in gaming technology. So what I did when he came to our office was I went back to Google him. I read his articles. He is the it when it comes to gaming technology. So what you can do is to follow someone like that, read his articles on LinkedIn, follow him up. It will open up your understanding about this another dimension of law. Do we understand that? Well, another thing you can do is just get skilled in drafting. One thing I know, Inoluwa may not agree, but when you are skilled in drafting, it helps you, it cuts across. It makes you versatile. Because when you write, I think, I'm not sure, but it also makes you speak well. You have an understanding of a lot of things. It gives you an eagle's eye when you are, when you are reviewing documents, when you are drafting. It just keeps you versatile. So I hope that will be enough for.
Thank you. Inoluwa, your name was mentioned a number of times while she was speaking. So I want to say this. My last question to you would be, is there anything you want to talk to them about that I have not asked you? This is your opportunity.
All right. So I'm just going to start, based on something she said here. So first of all, I don't think lawyers become obsolete or there will be no use for lawyers anymore. And we haven't seen it now. Dealing with a client just recently, the person went to all these AI platforms and got a contract written up and everything. New client, less than 2 years in the industry, and before you need, they already incurred like 12 million naira in damages, and they had to come to the lawyers to fix it for them and everything. So it's just about making yourself relevant. It's not, there's no way lawyers will go obsolete. And also, we can hammer on this, learn how to, your drafting skills must be superb, because at the end of the day, you're only as good as the work you put out. Nobody would see you when they're looking at the agreement. It's what you write there that will speak for you and would tell the value that you're putting out there. But the thing is that even in learning all of this, you should be able to adapt in the field that you're actually practicing in. Because the thing I've noticed is that in looking at technology contracts, for example, now, and even service level agreements and software agreements, you see how lawyers want to look at it the way they look at normal EPC agreements, and they want to fight and everything. And these people just want to make their software launch or something, and some of these clauses are not really things that you fight over, but lawyers are always coming with the need to fight. So it depends, depending on the industry you're in. Once you look at the salient issues, there are some things that, as a lawyer, you should know that, okay, for this field, you can let this go, you can let this slide. But I think most importantly, you should know where your interest lies as a lawyer. Most of us here have talked about maybe not doing litigation or dispute resolution or something, but it's something that some people here might actually be interested in. I have a very close friend that is interested in arbitration, and is killing it in the field. So, I mean, you can like litigation. It's something that could be like what you're interested in. Just make sure that whatever it is you're interested in, you're the best at it. And once your work speaks for you, I think the sky is your limit.
Thank you very much, Inedua. And then the last, but of course, by no means the least. My question to you is, this is a cliche. I want to be like you when I grow up. So I'm sure there's one person here at least that wants to be like you when they grow up. So the question to that one person, the question to you is, what do you have to tell that one person to do to be like you when the person grows up?
That's a tough, deep question. So I'll say first of all, don't try to be like me, right? Because in the early years, I think I was winging it, and I get it. You know, we all want to be relevant, and we're all trying to look for that space where, you know, we're the go-to person. And there's just so much of us. And then there's also few of us in some places. So I would say pray for foresight. Some of us in the spaces we find ourselves, some of us found it and walked into it by ourselves, or like we set it out and walked into it. Some of us were led there. Some of us just stumbled on it. So I'm trying to say things that are replicable. Some of our success stories are replicable, but you would hear the big titles now. It took a while to get to the big titles. So I would say, for now, don't be faced with big titles. Just do the groundwork, which is, like they've said, know your drafting, you know. Pay attention to details. Like, especially if you work in-house, there's just one little thing that would cause a problem. Just one tiny thing. It might be one person who won a promotion online, you didn't do the right thing, and boom, you have a PR damage. Just one tiny thing. And be calm. I think that sounds very simple, but really you need to be calm because there's chaos going on, even like outside social media. There's so much chaos. So you need to find calmness in yourself and be confident that you can make mistakes, but you figure it out if you do the right things, which is learn, connect with the right people, go for events like this. Don't be stuck up or into yourself. It doesn't really work. I know I'm very shy, to be honest. And I know I've said that I don't like stress, but I'm stressed too. Like, my work is stressful. But you would hear the things like, oh, stuff like that lady. It's not real, though. It's not soft life I'm living. Oh. I'm working, asking for my, like, the work is strenuous. But find the calmness in yourself. So when the chaos comes, you know that you know what you're about. You're worth the salt that you're being given and more. I would also say, I've said volunteer. I've said leverage on the seniors you have, talk to them, reach out to them. I've reached out to so many people on LinkedIn, and they become mentors just by me speaking to them from events as well. Let's see. And another thing I've noted is sometimes in life it's not crime and punishment. And I'll speak from my office, right? There's sometimes people in my office, because it's difficult for non-lawyers to want to be compliant. They see it like another hurdle they have to cross, so they don't necessarily want to regard what you're saying, except like something now happens. And you know how Nigeria is, how like they say that, sometimes some issues Nigeria will not take anything up yet. You can still get away with it. It's okay till something happens. So people have that attitude of, this is just another hurdle. Why do we have to do due diligence? Why do I have to send you the CSE document of the company before you draft the contract? But they don't know that the official name is different from another name they are trading as. They don't know. They just feel like, oh, there's a Jumia. The contract is Jumia, and is Jumia's name Jumia? They don't know that. So be patient with them. Teach them, and be good team members. Whatever company or law firm you find yourself in, be good team members, because sometimes your team member there would refer you for something else because they know that, oh, this person was budding about sports, this person really loved the environment, because they saw that about you there. But if you didn't live out your full life with them and collaborate with them, they won't be able to pitch you for anything. So be good team members, learn, leverage on seniors. There's so many things, but these are things we can share with you, but don't be faced by titles as well. Yeah.
I think we've done well with time, if you asked me. So we have about 5 minutes to go. I think that's enough for us to take 3 questions. So that's one. Any other question? Okay, please. Okay, there's a second question here. So please introduce yourself. 1, 2, 3. in that order. Introduce yourself, your question, straight to the point. If you want someone to answer it, please point at the person.
Yeah, something about sports,
Yeah.
something about recycling the environment. So I just want to ask, how did you balance all of this? So let me put it in context. I just started practicing, right? And I'm faced with new stuff every time. So when I want to learn this new stuff that just came, another new stuff is coming. So how do I balance learning all of those things so that when this stuff comes, I learn, this stuff comes, I learn, and then I can stay relevant? Thank you.
Okay.
So I think we should just take all 3 questions and then you respond. I hope that works. Or would you rather answer immediately? Okay, so.
Thank you. My name is Eniola. Actually, my question is this, that how do I cope with my experience in litigation firm as a newbie, why I admire becoming like them?
Sorry? What did you say?
For me or for them?
For them.
Okay. Well, if anyone volunteers to answer that, that's fine. And then, okay, that's the last question, please.
Hello, good morning. My name is Silva Okudiri. My question is directed at Inyolua. So basically, as new wigs, one of the speakers said that you stumble on certain areas of law by chance, and why some people push you towards that area. For me, I feel during my NYSC, I started out in a commercial litigation firm. And I found out that even when I moved after my NYSC to Lagos, one way or another, I'm still finding myself in a commercial litigation firm. And I actually have interest in compliance. Like you said, read and learn, I've done all that. But while trying to navigate towards compliance, I keep meeting this, you don't have experience in this area. You don't have it. The 2 years experience you have is in commercial litigation. Why don't you just continue with that? So I'm asking, for those of you that navigated from this particular area of law to compliance, especially you, how did you do that? Because it feels like I'm meeting a brick wall each time I try to navigate toward that area of law. In as much as I'm reading so many articles and following persons in those areas on LinkedIn, I still can't find myself moving in that direction.
Interesting questions. Yeah. Please, you can start. Yes.
Okay, so do I take her or Thomason starts first?
Okay, so you please start.
Go for it.
Please.
Okay, so I would address your question. Recently, I helped a construction firm interview in-house lawyers. And I can tell you that some of them had 2-3 years experience in a particular field. But one thing that we noticed, because I wasn't the only one on that panel, was you put out something that makes the interviewer see that you may not be ready. So someone tells me, I have litigation experience, I've been in litigation for 4 years, and there's an advert that a construction company is looking for an in-house lawyer. One would expect that you take a step further to have an idea about construction law, the basics, and general law questions. But what we found out was that lawyers were just in tune with what they had been doing. They were not ready for the interview. And I can tell you, I spoke to like 20 people. Because I kept pushing, and I kept saying there must be something. And I would ask questions as basic as elements of contracts. And they would be able to mention like 2. That is not acceptable for a construction firm that probably has a building in Kenya, in the UK. I mean, it has to go through me to the MD. So on what recommendation am I going to say that? So I found out that people are not ready. They are stuck in it, but they are not willing to take a step further. So what your interviewer may have seen is that you know commercial litigation, but for the role that they're interviewing you for, do you have the basic understanding? For instance, I remember when I joined investment banking, I didn't have an idea. I was new, but I was opportune to see my report from the interview session. And one thing they said was, she is trainable. She doesn't have an understanding of our industry, but she is trainable. That moved me from the first phase of the interview to the second phase of the interview to the MD. So you must portray yourself and show yourself that you are willing to learn. I always say this, you must show that you are willing to learn. You must show the interviewer that I am open. Now, for the construction company, the lawyer that we eventually got was, she would tell me, if I asked her a question about joint ventures, and she said, I'm not very sure about this, but I know this, but I would be happy if you can explain it to me. That was it. Do you understand? I hope that answers your question and clears your doubt.
Yeah.
Okay, just to add to what she said. Okay.
Any problem?
Sorry, yeah, just to add to what she said, or what she said rather. I think it's how you present yourself and the kind of skills that you kind of amass or you develop. From a law firm, I went to a free zone. When I went in-house, I went to a free trade zone. In fact, it was when I got called for the interview that I knew what free trade zones are about. I didn't really know much about free zones. I didn't really know much about their laws and everything. But I had to read up and actually know what these things are about, differentiates them from regular companies and stuff like that. So those are the things that the interviewers will look at. Do you know what it is you're coming to do here, or are you just trying to bank on your previous experience and knowledge? Because if you are looking to just bank on your previous experience and knowledge, there's only so much you can do. There's only so much distance that you can actually go. So I think first of all, you need to actually try to develop or amass a kind of skills that would align more with wherever it is you're looking to enter or go to. And also try to reach out to people in the field, maybe mentors in the field that could actually help you and point you in the right direction. That's if you don't know the steps to take. For example, when I was talking about free trade zone, they did a lot of, you talk about construction company, they did a lot of EPC agreements and stuff like that. And when I saw this, I was like, what is this? I was so confused because it had maybe 40-something pages, and I'm like, the contracts I knew how to draft in law firms were maybe 5-10 pages NDA or JV, joint venture agreements or partnership agreements and stuff like that. So these are things that I actually had to start learning too as a new lawyer and just growing. So you actually have to put a lot of thought into learning and ensuring that you're actually particular about knowing what it is you want to do and taking the right steps towards that.
And then Tommy, can you take the first question from Favor?
Okay, so from the way she was speaking, and don't mind what I'm going to say, don't take any offense, you sound like you're in a hurry to get to compliance, which is fine, it's valid. But what I'll say is from my experience, and just what Bumi said, what you project. So here and I've been projected as a privacy and data protection expert, but guess what? There's so many other things that I do, but I tailor it to where I'm going. If I'm going somewhere else, you hear me as the sport expert. And you'll be like, okay. And I know that's confusing for the public, but I'm living my full life, right? So I'd say commercial and corporate experience is not a waste in compliance. I'm a compliance manager for LG West Africa, right? And the things that entail compliance, there's money laundering. You need to know many of these things. You don't just jump into compliance. Except you're tailoring to just one specific compliance. Maybe you're doing data privacy compliance. Then we know that that's what you want to focus on. But if you say compliance, it's a lot though. There's money laundering. There's human relations that you have to think about. There's marketing. There's procurement compliance. So if you're the compliance manager, you need to know how these things fit into each other and what each one requires. and know maybe the ISO, not deeply, but know the ISO standards for these things, what compliance means. So I don't think your commercial and corporate experience is wasted, because what did I start off as? I worked in a law firm as well. I worked in a boutique law firm first, before going into maybe one of the big law firms you might call big. But most of these things, then you now start talking about privacy, then you talk about corporate governance, multi-level things to compliance. So you need to have a broad understanding. Compliance is about exposure. There could be compliance about gaming, maybe esports or something. But if you don't know the things that entail in all these things, how would you be a compliance manager? Do you get what I mean? So it's not wasted. Don't despise your days of little beginnings, right? I think it's still valid. Just from what they've said, immerse yourself in the learning process and eventually to pay off, right? So now the other one where she said, how does she balance learning everything, even with there's so many new things at the same time? Okay, so the way I did mine is I do one for a cause. I do one for job, like money. I know how these things work. Then I do one as my hobby, sports.
Yes. Can you hear me? Awesome. So it's been a very, very interesting panel. Huh? Temperature is getting worse. Is it getting worse? Or is getting better? Better. Okay, thank God. Thank God. Awesome. So just to appreciate our panelists. Awesome. So to appreciate our panelists, we have in our midst Leonard, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Chukwuka Ikwazom. Please let's clap for him.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. So first and foremost, I would like to thank the New Weeks Induction Committee for this excellent program. We would also like to thank our resource persons. I've been in the room. I sat through the conversation, and even I felt really enriched by the conversation. So we thank every one of them for making our time to come to be part of this event. I hope that all the new wigs in the room, I hope we all greatly benefited from the conversation. Did we benefit from the conversation? You're not responding like you did. Okay. So it's my pleasure on behalf of the committee to invite Inyoluwa Taiwo. That's the tech guy. Thank you very much for accepting to be part of this program. We're indeed grateful to you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Bumi. I deliberately decided not to pronounce your surname. I didn't want to murder it. But thank you very much. Now time to come to be part of this program. We're indeed grateful to you. Thank you. And Tomisi Olumuyiwa. So I do hope that when you eventually set up that recycling plant, you will let me be a shareholder in the company. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for your insightful discussion. We're grateful. Thank you. And last but not the least, Mr. Oji Oka. Oji, thank you very much. That was excellent moderation. Thank you. So on behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch, I present this to you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very, very much. And then we're going to be taking the pictures with the committee. The panelists will be taking their pictures with the committee. Please, I think we could use this background, I'm thinking. Members of the committee, the new week committee, please let's join the panelists on the stage for the group picture. Thank you. Thank you very much. So with this panel, we've heard a lot. We've heard a lot. We've learned a lot. Like I said, I'm a new week, so of course I have learned a lot. I've heard on this, in the course of this discussion, I've heard certain keywords, yeah? Collaboration. Anybody hear that? In the course of this conversation, collaboration. I've heard volunteering. Yes? Did anybody hear that in the course of the conversation? The need to volunteer. Yes, volunteering. And I've also heard diplomacy and commercial awareness. Because you need to bring yourself into the shoes of the people that you're reacting, relating, and interacting with. And if you cannot do that, it will be hard to get across to them. Really hard. So we've had a very fantastic panel. Sometime beginning of this month, or maybe even last month, I was at a launch, very young arbitration practitioners launch in Lagos. And I was opportune to listen to Mr. Isaiah Bozimo speak. I don't know if any of us has heard. You have? Or any other person ever heard Isaiah? Great. So I was opportune to listen to him speak, and in his very interactive, playful, yet serious way of getting across his message, he had put up some polls for us to respond to. What's the reason why you've come for this launch? What's the reason why you're here? And somebody wrote because of the small chops. You were there? Awesome. So am I lying? No. So somebody wrote, small chops. That's the reason why I'm here. So maybe there are people like that, my friend, who wanted small chops. Maybe there are some people like that here. Someone just smiling at me like, girl, you know. Okay. So we're going to be taking somewhat brunch. Or you proceed for it, right? Okay. So we're going to go. Okay, so it's going on already. I see. So I'm the one behind schedule, eh? Okay, awesome. So brunch, you get an opportunity to go and pick up your brunch. You're going one after the other, right? All right. Just a minute. Let me just be sure how we're going about this. So that some people won't sue me because they didn't get their food. Okay, awesome. So please stay put. Ushers will come to you when it's appropriate. They'll come to you and take you to where you would get your lunch. All right. So remember that while Jude was speaking to us, he had explained, or he had said in passing, something known as a lawyer's forum. Did any of us hear him when he said that? You remember Jude, the fine gentleman that had come here to tell us about MBA? Do we remember him? Awesome. So he had talked to us about the Young Lawyers Forum. I imagine that some of us will have questions about that. I imagine that some of us want to hear more about what the Young Lawyers Forum have to offer us. So, in that light, we have someone from the Young Lawyers Forum in our midst. She will be able to tell us more about this forum. She would also be able to take your questions, right, concerning the forum. Her name is Ayodele Kadiri. Please, for those of us who are still here, Let us make welcome to Ayodele Kadiri. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here. I'm grateful to the committee for the opportunity to address everyone. So, like you heard, my name is Ayodele Ashiata Kadiri. I'm the chair of the YLF. I'm the chair of the executive committee, so I'm not the only person. We have 5. We have the director of programs. We have the assistant secretary, the vice president, and we have our publicity secretary, but I'm the only one here. I'm representing all of us. So we are lawyers. The requirement is that you're a member of the branch, you've paid your branch dues, and then you're also between 0 to 7 years with post-qualification experience. So if you are a member of the Lagos branch, if you paid your branch dues and you're within 0 to 7 years, then you should be talking to me you should ask me questions. So we have WhatsApp groups where we add our members for now. There had been a plan to move to Telegram, but since the capacity on WhatsApp groups had been extended, we decided to stay on WhatsApp. The committee is a timed committee, so we have executives change every 2 years along with the executives of the branch. So I was president in April 2022. So my tenure is almost coming to an end. I was the chair in 2020. I was appointed chair in 2022. So my tenure is going to come to an end very soon. But I'm still here to serve you, pending when the new committee is inaugurated. So if you have not been on the WhatsApp, you can talk to me. I'll take your number. If I have the evidence that you've paid your branch dues, I can add you to the WhatsApp group. I don't know if we have any questions. We have programs actually, but because the way the membership of the YLF is fluid, you don't have the same people every time. So technically, this is my last year as a young lawyer because I'm already on my 7th year post-call, so I can't do anything YLF anymore. And so the membership of the group keeps changing. So there can't be like a fixed plan because the demography is changing. But we have programs all the time. For our tenure, we focused on areas of law that were not very popular. We focused on nascent areas of law. So we did programs, mentorship programs on health law. We did something on sports law. We also had a mini hangout with a cocktail. So things like that. So, and then there are usually traditional programs that take place anyway. So for example, there is a senior member of the branch that sponsors 20 people to pay their branch dues and bar practicing fee. She was the former vice president of the branch, Mrs. Bola Animation. So we have that and we continue to do that. When opportunities come, maybe free slots to attend events. For example, we had some of our members at the ICC arbitration. We have, and when there's training opportunity at the branch, we usually get slots to attend at either a subsidized rate or a free cost. And we usually publicize all these opportunities on the WhatsApp group. So I don't know if there are any other questions, any specific questions or concerns you'd like me to address. I'm very happy to address them. Any questions? I understand, because I understand that there were some questions from here. If you had questions if you had like maybe a record of questions that were asked, I can still address them if it's fine by you. Do you have any questions? Okay, so before I drop the mic, I think it's also be a good time for me to also say that, yes, please, thank you. So I should also say that I'm currently publishing, I'm an author, so I published my memoir. It's titled The First 5 Years from Book Smart to Streetwise. Thank you very much. So it really talks about my experience as going from an associate in GLIS to a senior associate and just trying to build a career, a very relevant career regardless of time. Yes, so that's it. And I'm very happy to to publicize, to let you know so that you can get a copy. And I hope that you find my experience very useful, because I didn't really hold back at all. I bared it all in the memo, and I hope that you find it useful. Thank you very much. I'm still around, so if you have any questions, please feel free to talk to me. Thank you very much for your time.
I think she has a question.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, hello. So how do we get across to your book?
My book is available on Roving Heights.
Okay.
But you can, if you print, you can pre-order now, but it's officially like it becomes available from July 3rd.
Okay.
Or you can just go to my website, ashiata.ng, ashiata.ng. But it's available on Roving Heights. If you send me a message on LinkedIn as well, I can just shoot you. Ayodele Kadiri on LinkedIn.
Okay.
I can also just share with you as well.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ayodele. I mean, we have people who are able and available to address our questions, our doubts, our concerns. Ayodele is still with us. If at all you have any questions that pop up in your mind during the course of this program, she's seated pretty right here, and she'll be able to take your questions. Thank you very much, Ayodele. So we would allow this time for you to settle in and have your meals, and we would reconvene once it's 12:10. Once it's 12:10, that's in another less than 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
I don't wanna talk right now. I just wanna watch TV. I'll stay in the pool and drown, so I don't have to watch you leave. I put on Survivor just to watch somebody suffer. Maybe I should get some sleep. Sinking in the sofa wall, they all betray each other. What's the point of anything? All of my friends are missing again. That's what happens when you fall in love. You don't have the time. You leave them all behind. You tell yourself it's fine, you're just in love. Don't know where you are right now. Did you see me on TV? I'll try not to starve myself just because you're mad at me. And I'll be in denial for at least a little while. Come over. I know I should know you shouldn't. Come over.
Back into your arms again, and we say it's getting old. Saying that I love you just so you don't let me go. It ain't right, but I'ma stay tonight because you told me so. Every time we try, it's back and forth. It's like that. I swear I'll come right back. I want you just like that. Don't fight back. Baby, don't get like that. I swear I just might be gone by tonight. Just this last time. Don't make me regret it. I don't wanna say it. Let's not overthink it, baby. Just this last time. Don't make me regret it. I don't wanna say it. Let's not overthink it, baby. Come over. I know I shouldn't, know you shouldn't. Oh yeah, come over.
Here we go. Back into your arms again. I know it's getting silly, oh. Saying that you love me just so I'll let you go. Ain't right, but I'ma let you stay tonight. I told you so. I told you, baby. Every time we try, it's back and forth.
It's like that.
I swear I come right back. I want you just like that.
Baby, don't get like that. I swear I just might be gone by tonight. Just this last time. Don't make me regret it. I don't wanna say it. Let's not overthink it, baby. Just this last time. Don't make me regret it. I don't wanna say it. Let's not overthink it, baby. I know
You
I
should know better than come over.
come over. Come over to me. Just this last time.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. So what you about to get into?
I'm gonna pull up on the phone real quick.
What time you plan up on?
Nah, bro. That's over with. Feeling comfortable right here where you are. Sun all on your skin, and I'm watching it light up every part of me, every part of me. We've been hiding. Laying by your side as you're waking up, losing track of time as I feel its touch. We fall deep into the bed, we become the threads intertwined. I just wanna stay in the world we created. I just wanna sink in the plans that we're making. When I leave, I'm not looking for a replacement for what I got. I need you to trust and believe when I say this. Ain't nothing or nobody that's ever gonna break us. Not looking for situations I ain't forgot. Tell me why you always overthinking. Now like me to switch up like the seasons. No, I haven't had a change of feelings. You stay in the back of my mind. Everything I do is for tomorrow. Running, but I'll never let your hand go. No more second guessing, cause we're so close. Even though I thought these nights, I just wanna stay in the world we created. I just wanna sink in the plans that we're making. When I leave, I'm not looking for a replacement honest to me. This time it's okay to lie to my face. Yeah. Don't want you to say it. Just let me think it's only been me. Lies so sweet until I believe that it's only been me to touch you. I pretend no one has had you like I did. I don't need the truth, baby, so lie again. No one has had you like I did. I don't need the truth, baby, so wish I never asked it. Now I'm in my head. I wonder who had this. Yeah. Am I insecure? Cause it's too much. Hate to think you've done this before. Don't tell me, baby, I've heard enough. I told you I don't want the truth, so just lie so sweet until I believe that it's only been me to touch you. I pretend no one has had you like I did. I don't need the truth, baby, so lie again. No one has had you like I did. I don't need the truth, baby, so
So I'm about to sound like one of those, one of our pastors, right? If you're under the sound of my voice, please try and make your way back to your seats so that we can reconvene for the rest of our activities for today. Wherever you are, please try and make your way back to your seats so that we can settle in time for the next activity for today. So I've just been informed that some people are not under the sound of my voice. So please, if you are under the sound of my voice and you know someone who has left the sound of my voice, please let them know that they are to reconvene. Can someone volunteer to go let them know that they are to return to their seats? Anyone, any volunteer? You will, thank you so much. Just to let them know that they should please return to their seats. Are you joining her? Awesome. So, we have 2 witnesses. That's perfect. Please let them know they are to return to their seats so that we can resume today's continue our events.
let me go. Back and forth, I'm exhausted. Girl, you know I got options, but I miss it too much to stop it. Too much to stop, cause when I see you, the memories of the time that we touch. So I gotta leave unless you love me. Slide through, decide if I am worth the time I caught you. Let me know, let me go. Try to find if I am worth the
people don't always agree with each other. Keep that in mind.
Coming back from lunch, please settle in. We're about to resume.
You hear me, son?
Are you on your way? Are you coming soon to me? No parking in LA. So I'ma send an Uber to your place. It's my secret safe. Safe with just you and me. We can't leave a trace. This is my favorite mistake. Oh, look in my eyes. Can you find the lies? Do you feel alive? Look in my eyes. Do you mind the lies? Do you feel alive?
Let's settle in, please. Please, let's settle down.
But you're still coming over, even when you're gone. The feeling just grow stronger. She'll leave it alone, but you're still getting closer. We both know it's wrong. Can't keep this for long. While it's going on, I put it in a song.
I'm happy that we're networking. I'm really happy about that. But please, let's now settle down so that we can resume.
So you're my favorite mistake. That's why we gotta keep it on the low. Got her home, but she don't need to know what's going on. It won't be on.
Let's remember, there's time for everything, yeah? So let's settle in now. Okay. Networking, please, let's pause with the networking for now. Let's settle in so that we can continue. Okay, so it's exactly 12:10 and we will now resume. Great, so welcome back. I hope we had a good brunch. Okay, good feedback. I'm getting good feedback. Okay, so how many of us have heard of this saying? I'm going to just read it straight up from where I had checked up on it. It says, "A candle loses nothing by lighting another candle." How many of us have heard of the saying before? Anybody? You have. Awesome. Any other person? That a candle loses nothing by lighting another. Is it true? Do you think it makes sense? You think it's logical to say that a candle loses nothing by lighting another? Do we? Azeza. You said yes. So why? Why do you think so? I mean, you see, I remember I said that we are all compares. So this mic is for everybody. So anybody want to tell me what's the logic behind that statement? Anybody? They're just looking at me, making me want to just give you the mic. Eh? Anybody? I mean, it's open floor. Anyone? Nobody. Okay. So here is how I look at it. There's the candle light. You wanted to say something? You wanted to? Okay, please. Please do. Mike, is there another mic for him? Please use mine. I'm happy to share my mic.
I think that's very profound because you don't lose anything by helping others. And
particularly because of the nature of a candle, really. Your light will still shine, others' light will shine. So a win-win situation.
Beautiful, beautiful. And that's just it. You don't lose anything by helping others. And anyone knows who made that statement? No one. Anyone? Going? Gone. Okay. So it was a statement made by Reverend Father, he is a priest, Reverend Father James Keller. So, for those of you who like to know who said what. Okay, so NBA works by this rule that helping others doesn't cost anything, right? And that's the reason why they have put together this package, a talk on career intelligence. Yes? Career intelligence, crafting great resumes and acing job interviews. These people who are going to, the person who's going to be speaking with you, he has a job already. He's at some point crafted, he's on, what's it called, resume and all whatnot. He doesn't really need it, right? But it costs him nothing to share it with you. And so yes, we are going to be devoting the next few minutes to this very important issue. And for our guide, we have a transformational leader with 15 years of experience in corporate strategy, human resources management, leadership development, and talent performance. He has led HR and corporate services teams at strategy level in 4 organizations. He has proven to be a trusted corporate advisor to boards, C-level executives, and senior management teams, and combines a rich blend of industry expertise with consulting practice. He currently heads the People and Culture Human Resources function in Aluko and Oyebade, a published author and host of the Leadership Roundtable, which is an online mentoring platform that features CEOs who share personal leadership stories and lessons to mentor growing leaders. All to say just a little. Join me to make welcome in our midst. Please, with a round of applause, please. CEO Tayo Opa Tayo. Please keep clapping until he joins us here. Please keep clapping. Thank you. He's almost here. Don't give up. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. All right, I'm so excited to be here today. I've not done this in a while. I think it's almost about 10 years when I've stood in front of early people in HR that we call early career people, like yourselves. Early career people are typically people that are just finishing school, moving into maybe NYSC, and then we consider first 3 to 4 years in your career. So we typically call people within that space early career people. Your mid-career typically is assumed to start from like 4 or 5 years post-degree experience, depending on the industry. But I'm excited to be here. Kudos to the organizing committee and all the teams that have worked behind the scene to put all this together to be able to ensure that we have an amazing time. So what made me take on this session and agree when I got the call? First of all, from the person that made the call to me asking if I was interested and if my busy schedule would permit. And secondly, because I felt that it's been a while. Typically in recent years, like I was saying, the last 10 years, anytime I get calls to either tertiary institutions or to speak to young people, most of the time I get mentees to go and represent me. But then I've seen over the course of time that it might be good to also revisit some things and also use opportunity to mentor, because these are opportunities of mentoring. So let me tell you how my day is so that you understand the context I'm going to come from. So typically, my day involves me advising the board in A&O, that's Alukwano Ebode. Involves me partnering with the partners and driving everything that has to do with attraction of the best candidates and best talent out there. Apart from attracting, also engaging them, work beyond all the technical things they do, beyond legal drafting, beyond litigation, beyond document review, but finding Alukwano Ebode an amazing, great place to work, to build their careers for 10, 15, 20 years if they want to. And if they're not going to stay that long, no matter how short term they spend with us, they have an amazing and life-transforming experience. And ensuring that those who we call our must-keeps are actually our must-keeps. And that in the continuum of their employment experience with us, people can understand how they can grow and also how they can be best versions of themselves. So all the jargons that might go into a career in HR goes into that space for me. And then I have a team of 4 managers that support me in the people and culture department, which people call the HR department. I've led HR in like 4 organizations. I work in consulting, I work in PwC, I work in indigenous consulting, I work in MTN, I work in UBA, practically in everything that has to do with recruiting and all. I've seen it all across industries. So for me today, right, media team will help me. If I don't get the prompting with my you might have to move with me. So next slide, please. I'm going to be next slide, very prescriptive, right? In a no-nonsense manner, right? I'm going to have an attitude of take it or leave it. Because it is what it is, okay? So when we talk about CVs or job interviews, people don't understand that it's deeper and bigger than CV or those job interview. And the truth is the fact that I gave you an instance about my day because it means that right from entry level to the top echelon of an organization is where the span of my stakeholdership is. So while I make sure I'm accessible to our NYC associates that are our entry level, right? I also ensure definitely that the stakeholders that are the board members at the highest level also are carried along on everything that we're doing to make sure that we get the best out of our people. So the journey, your career journey actually would not at any time not feature you understanding how to build great CVs and how to ace job interviews. So if you feel that this is a typical kind of session of wear white shirts, do all that, no, that's not it, right? I'm here to help you understand what, for me, for 2 decades, okay, I've been able to see engaging talent in different industries across different specters or different grades or different phases of their careers. And either you're a senior executive and corporate services, either you're a senior associate or managing associate, either you're a junior associate. I've seen that, look, people can be very intelligent in some area and be very career unintelligent. You know that what is intelligence? I paraphrase it. Intelligence also means that you have the appropriate solution or the appropriate response to a context to ensure you get the desired end. That's it. That's why you can go through school, you can have a first class, right? What does that tell you? Academic intelligence, because there is an intelligence about getting a first class. But it doesn't mean that you are automatically socially intelligent, right? So, it's a cliche. But in Nigeria, we know that tutus employ first classes, right? Exactly. So sometimes, while the first classes are deploying academic intelligence, the tutu guys that seem unserious are organizing parties. And I'm already entering some part of how to ace job interviews. Organizing parties seem unserious. But guess what? The organizing parties, they're liaising with the vendors that they know that we cannot pay this person booze 100% upfront because human behavior, this person will not deliver. The DJ that we are getting, trusted and tried because of relationship, will pay him 100% so that he can show up on time and not give us excuse for transport. In the context of seemingly unseriousness, such a person is gathering human relationship skills, human psychological skills, irrespective of what they study, even in law, right? And brings that to bear in conversations in an interview, right? Now, I will advocate that it's good to pursue first class and the 2-1s and also have what? Social intelligence skills, right? So that, like I always say, you can fly with 2 wings because it takes 2 wings to fly, right? So, let me quickly start off, right? Next slide, please. Media guys, you guys need to be hitting with me and be very, very attentive, please. All right, thank you. Right? So I want to start with 2 stories and 2 lessons, right? The first one is what I call what I order versus what I got. So, true life experiences. A guy I'll call Tunde, applied for a job, right? Did his CV, sent in the job. The recruiter, and recruiter can be an agency, can be part of the HR team, can also be the hiring manager, right, in an organization. So when I keep saying recruiter, I mean any of those 3, the person or the people or the team recruiting for the role, right? The recruiter gets the CV and is like, wow, this is a top candidate, top talent that we need to be able to have a conversation with. We need to put through our recruitment process. Maybe it's to take psychometrics first, maybe it's to take functional, legal testing areas, like sometimes we do in different cadres. You take either DRT, that we call the dispute resolution and tax, which you guys know as litigation, right? Or we take corporate commercial sides, banking and finance, TMT, GLC, governance, risk and compliance, or CM, capital market, IP, intellectual property, so those are the areas, like, right? And the recruiter was like, hey, we need to get this guy into our recruitment process and start having conversations with him. So the guy does all the tests necessary and then shows up on the interview day. He's asked to have a seat, and then conversation starts. First question, which I always ask for over 20 years, which partners in my firm now, when they sit with me, they always ask, so we have your CV in front of us, right? So tell us what is not on your CV, because they are programmed to start with, my name is Tunde, I'm here to stuff, you find them already flustered, even lawyers. So they actually cannot, number one, already failing the test of being put on the spot to think creatively, because it is about introduce yourself, right? And the typical, so I'm giving you a regional, the typical way, for anybody that wants to apply, hey, wow. Is my name is blah, 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 I graduated from stuff and all. No. That whatever has been disrupted by that question, what's not on your CV, let us meet you. And few people ever start to get our attention from there. Right? So this guy was asked the same question, I think, by those recruitment panel, right? And as the guy was talking, they were looking at his CV. And it became a question of the experience our ladies have when they approach their tailors, like my wife and my 23-year-old daughter do, with pictures downloaded from Instagram or something, and show their tailor, this is what I want and what I'm ordering. And sometimes what they order versus what they get is alarming. That was the experience of that recruitment panel. The great-looking CV versus the reality in front of them was like Coke and Fanta. First story. The second story, a lady goes into an interview, does all the prepping, researches all the industry, researches the firm, does everything, finds a way to talk to someone that's worked in the firm before or someone currently in the firm and all that and stuff. Crosses her T's, dots her I's, and is ready. As a question she's going to ask. Intelligent questions, not questions that are about what you think the recruitment or the recruiting or the interviewing panel will hear. Right? Not questions about how is your culture. I've heard lawyers ask such dumb questions. Because the truth is that if you're a trained lawyer, you should know that if my culture is bad, how will I tell you in an interview that is a bad culture? Do you understand what I'm saying? So why waste that question, okay, in asking me, so how's the culture of the firm? Duh. I'm going to look you straight in the eye and sell. Of course, I'm proud to sell A&O because we're the best firm in the country anyway. So without making noise about it, right? So it's easy. We tell other people that some of the things we did in A&O, if it were some other firms, Jesus Christ, the way they would have made noise. Which firm now has the highest number of SANs in Nigeria? You guys don't know. Go and do your research. Maybe CI was here. Okay. CI was here now and stepped and left a while ago. Okay. I can start reading out things, okay? So just to help you, when we say best firm in the country, the metrics are about sustainability, not about the new Gen Z flashes that stuff. So you go and research well. I will not say more than that. Yeah. So imagine what you should be thinking about, okay, if really some of these flashes, right, they had them, they would have made noise. But this is here, just chilling and just doing things, focus on our focus, right? And I feel that I'm selling here, I know to you, but don't worry. It's expected. It's expected, don't worry. All right, so guess what? Does very well, absolutely well. Guys, I'm taking you on a cruise, so just stay with me, right? Okay, so before I came, I was asking my daughter, okay, how do I connect with young audience? I'm not so old, but it's been a while. She gave me tips. Okay, try and use slangs. Chan. I said, okay. At least I've picked some things from you so I should try and jive. Okay. So I hope I'm jiving. I'm trying. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the encouragement. All right. So guess what? Does well. But somehow got the normal HR response. We will get back to, and after that it is voice. After his voice what? We know the HR industry professionals are guilty about it, right? Because you don't want to know what we face. Lots of inflows every day and all, right? So if it's not automated, sometimes you might not get timely feedback like you want, right? So we leave it. You wonder, she's done so well. She's dotted all her I's, crossed all her T's. There's not, and that they love her. Even better, the panel loves her. There is what we call halo effect. Halo effect is at play. Right? Somebody should ask me what halo and ons effect is and how it's psychological and scientific, and you need to understand it to play to your advantage, right? And stuff. Okay? So, 2 stories, and I'll share later as I round up the lessons, but hold those stories. And you wonder why the panel had an experience of what we ordered versus what we got. And then on the interviewee side, the lady had an experience where she knew she wowed the panelist. They told her, "We'll love you. We think," they didn't commit, but stylishly said, "We think you're going to be an absolute fit. We will talk to others, but it's looking good, and we'll get back to you." And the getting back entered voicemail. So I'll come back to that, right? Please move with me quickly. So what does it mean to create a great CV? Let's move quickly. In simple words, a CV is you on a document. Let me tell you something. If at any time in your career, either when you become an essay, you have 50, 20 years of experience, or what, if you miss this, right, you're going to miss, and you can't get to a level where every time, even if pepper rest, you pay someone. So, like, someone reached out to me, an HR director that was my friend, reached out to me last week and said, "Oh, Tyler, do you know someone that a CEO of a bank, right, it's been profiled by an international bank, right? Do you know someone that can develop or review the CEO of an exec and all that?" And I said, "Okay, I don't really have the time. I'm swamped. I used to find the time to do this years ago, but I don't have the time. But I know someone who is a friend, blah, 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 and we charge the guy $200. Is he ready to pay?" He said, "Yes, he's ready." I said, "Okay, fine. All right. What am I saying?" But I said that, is he ready also to go through the process? It's not about this, my friend, just sitting down and doing for him, right? It will need to engage him, and I'll tell you why, right? If he's not ready, this guy is not going to bother. There's something called the sound of your voice. I'll get there. One of the reasons why what we ordered versus what we got is because somebody that was good in developing CVs developed CV for you, but they developed it from their own mindset and from their own voice. So when your voice is speaking, even your internal voice, everything about you in an interview, because it resonates. Look, like, presence is a force. I cannot relate what is emanating from you with what is on your CV because it was somebody else's energy, even though it is your profile or your details that they put. We'll get there. So let me tell you something about recruitment. Once there is a gray area, panels sit down sometimes and wonder, they can't pick it, but there's just something we can't put a hand on. And they really want to be cautious. It's this kind of things that happen. You cross all the data, but and it always comes to authenticity. It doesn't mean that lack of integrity. Don't get me, right? Authenticity, right? When I was telling you guys that, hey, you guys were 20 minutes more. Okay. Right. So guess what? If you miss this, your CV is you on a document. Is what? Is you on a document. It means everything you represent, either on a hard copy or on a word or a soft copy. It then means that, in essence, what's your name, sir? Mayowa. In essence, if I get Mayowa's CV, I am meeting Mayowa before I've met Mayowa in flesh. Do you understand me? I'm meeting Mayowa before I met Mayowa in Fresh. It means that Mayowa had better be ready to influence a perception, right? I've seen lawyers, essays, that there are errors, grammatical and typo errors in CVs, bad formatting. And I'm asking myself, the first question is that, okay, fine, what kind of HR reviewed where you are coming from, self? How did it happen? So you meet someone and I've done all these cases, I've done it. Good luck to you, but obviously tells me that quality of work, shitty. If you get a partner that, for us in here, I know, how now? You failed culture fit interview straight away. Straight up. And even if the partner of that practice area likes you, we've now done check and balances that not partners in another practice area have to sit down with the head of HR tile to determine if you're a culture fit. So the partner say, I want the person good, but we'll flag it. The person is a culture, is not culture fit. And the conversation kills from there. So, first thing you need to know is that your CV is you on a document, right? That should tell you, let's move quickly. In simple words, quickly. It starts with a mindset of salesmanship. You find me doing lots of, writing because I took time to pour down my head, right? If your CV is meant to sell you, that means you are a product, right? You should know that a great CV doesn't sell just about anything. A great CV sells two essential products: your potential and your proven performance. The recruiter looks out for potential, more for potential than performance in entry level or fresh out of college applicants. Okay? So we're looking more for what can you do? What have you done? Some people, there's another perception, you're asking us for this, and this, and we don't have experience. If I have the time, I'll tell you out. Everything you have is in your hand. You've done, right? To spin. You can spin everything. You've served in a faith-based organization or fellowship when you were in school. You've been part of a dance group. You've led one MOOC court. So all those things, right? I can show you how you can spin them into the things that show that you have potential for what the organization is looking for, okay? For entry level, right? Even when you have short internship, experience is always not so deep, right? Because they are short, right? Though we sometimes have exceptions. However, with experience hires, recruiters look for proven performance, right? But also sometimes balance of potential. At that point, potential for growth, potential to take higher responsibilities, right? But it's more of, nobody will employ an associate 3 or a senior associate 1 in my firm without you proving that you have done things. Do you understand what I mean? So it's not to say, at some level, you can say I'm here to learn. But your here to learn is here to learn how to grow into a leader and how to take up more higher responsibilities. Not how to learn the basics or rudimentary of law that NYC associate or associate 1 or 2 should know. Am I making sense? Fantastic. No one ever achieves success at sales by placing the needs of the product ahead of the needs of the prospect or customer, right? So guess what? You need to understand that the audience, and some of you might easily get jobs now. Don't worry. If you don't get this, in the next 3 or 4 or 5 years, you will say that I went for a seminar. I wish I had taken the things that Theo said, right? Because the stake gets higher as you accumulate post-call years of experience. Am I making sense? Yes, it gets higher. The demand on you to be able to excel, right? With the few opportunities out there, okay? Right, let's move quickly. So I want to take you through, I think, about 4 pillars of CVs, of a great CV, right? The first pillar is subject. You are the subject. Do not shut down your voice because you are desperate to secure a voice. So you are unique. There's a way you write, there's a way you capture stuff. Yes, you can use templates. Many people show up at job interviews and the recruiter is not able to reconcile the CV and the person. There is no sync between the CV and the person who shows up for the interview. This is because the candidate has suppressed his or her natural flair, voice, and person. He or she shows up on the D-Day and the interviewer is almost tended to ask, are you not impersonating the candidate. Let's move quickly. Pillar 2, structure. Ensure your CV is long enough to cover essential details and short enough to hold interest. So it's a balance. Capture as much relevant information as you can, but make sure it holds the attention of the reviewer. Capture all details in reverse chronological order, just to help you, right? There are lots of organizations that are still not yet, fully 100% digitalized or fully automated, right? You want to minimize things that are turn off for human beings, okay, right? So it's expected that everybody wants to, from your recent to your earliest. The truth is that I have one or two people on my team that are very impatient, right? When I'm asking them, they say, a lawyer that does document, why will somebody be starting with most written stuff? No, right? And sometimes it's so nobody will call you to help you. That please, your CV, except maybe you have a mentor, or someone that is in an HR colleague and all that, you send your CV for review before you apply for roles. Do you understand? If not, all this simple thing, that's why your CVs are junked. Okay? Recruiters don't people start from, they are able to read back in time and get to see your progression. Be careful of templates. Avoid overuse of templates gotten via internet. If you must use internet templates, then adapt it. Do not totally adopt. Let me help you. ChatGPT can put you into trouble. So let me tell you why. What you should use is a balance, right? What you use is a balance. If you use ChatGPT and I'll show you why it can put you into trouble. Because it's your voice. ChatGPT cannot know your experience, can source everywhere from the but your own experience, right? In your own voice, right? ChatGPT cannot capture your soul. So you need to be smart, even about how you use technology. Okay? Next slide, please. Pillar 3, substance. Don't fluff. Do you know what fluff is? Verbose, that maybe you were around in a firm, in a growing firm, you served there, you saw them, you saw your seniors and part, like they did something. You weren't part really of that matter, right? But you understood some very, very stuff. You put it in your CV already to show as if you were inside the team and part of the people that you are laughing at because you guys know what I'm saying. I'm dialing numbers. You understand? Nice. Make sure your key selling points get to align with the needs of the job. So there is a way, it's not saying that you shouldn't capture things you participated, but there is a way to go about it, right? Because let me tell you, a smart interview will be asking you things that, what did you personally do in this context versus what we. And you find all those things, you'll be saying we, hiding under we. Not I. What did you do? Maybe the only thing was you carried file from point A to point B. Correct. I like that. Effort matters. Your achievement needs to address the demands of the role. There is no point in flogging this, as quality doesn't need to be announced. It stands out and speaks for itself. That's the truth. Do not get carried away by long verbosity. Length does not guarantee depth, right? Capacity or lack of it can be revealed when a good recruiter reviews your CV. Some people, under the guise of maintaining that, so you read different things, 2-page rule, whatever stuff and all. There's a level you get to, 2 pages cannot capture your CV. 2 pages. If at a level you are submitting a 2-page CV, it will be almost, the problem will almost say that, are you working at all? Like maybe when it's half day, you just close from work. You know those people that they will get up in kind of work cultures that people get up to go home by 8 and their boss will say, half day? You didn't get that. Like your boss will be asking you, you are going at 8 p.m. You want to work half day? 8 p.m. is half day. Well, you didn't get it. There's a word little like that. You are getting up in your line manager's mind. This was not work out. Full days, you are used to work till 1 a.m. Right? But we are not like that in A&O. Work-life balance. You have a gym. You have, come on. Once, you can see me after. Right? Thereafter, aim to achieve stuff, not fluff. Quickly, move to the next, please. 4, style. In getting the right style for your CV, several elements are wrapped up in your mix. Your tone is key, mind it. Also, the appropriate expression is one that is smooth, professional, and comprehensible. Avoid grammatical mistakes. Make use of autocorrect when you need to do. and all, right? Be consistent with your choice of bulletin. Ensure the same. So I worked in A&O for 1 year, 6 months, I think. I've seen CVs of senior associate roles where bullet will be the circular one, right? The bullet point on second page will be the chop block with my star, right? Will be, and you wonder that you apply for a role when attention to detail is one of the competencies, and on your CV, that means that I've met you before I met you, right? I've met you already, and of course, you're not going to get called. If you get called, even by whatever stuff, we'll flag it as non-cultural, and before you know what's up, right? You jump off. All right, let's move. So those 4 pillars, let's note it. The danger of cliche. If you came to me and requested I help you avoid cliches in the CV, I'll start off with knocking out objective. How many of you have seen you just put objective on your CV? Okay. 9 out of every 10 CV I come across half objective, and an often meaningless addition to a CV. Objective of what? To what? For what? Whose objective? The CV's objective or your own objective? Well, fine. I seriously doubt that people question the purpose being served by various elements they include in their CVs. HR people find themselves reading some gibberish sentences that do. So people capture objective. So this is where I'm going. And what they write is not an objective. It doesn't align with what you've put it, right? Sometimes you might want to write something and I'll get there, right? So what does this against me? Cliches and originality do not marry. A CV filled with cliches will lack creativity and originality. You need to include in your CV the elements that are clear and true to you and not some copy and paste template. If your desire is to capture some brief comments about yourself, your career summary, and your professional goals, then I think labeling such as profile might be more adequate. So short summary, short profile, right? Kindly quickly move. Profile paragraph. So over the years, I've designed 4 questions that always help me achieve a good profile paragraph for my CV, right? So if you are capturing a short profile paragraph that has three lines, these 4 questions can help you. Who am I? Question of identity. What have I done? Question of performance. What can I do? Question of potential. Where am I heading? Question of direction or goals. With 3 lines in a paragraph, you can hold someone who picks up your CV, sees your name, sees your profile summary, hold them, and they're excited and hungry to read through the rest of your CV. So I give you an example to take away. I'm a young leader. Question of who am I? Identity. You see yourself as a leader. It means that already competency and self-leadership are tied in, because how you see yourself, you tend to want to regulate yourself, right, in that manner, right? I'm a young leader passionate about child protection. I have 6+ months of volunteering and internship experience that cover child protection, advocacy, and policy development. I have strong capability in document drafting, policy review, program and project management, and volunteer management. I desire an organization where my passion and interest can be optimally engaged. You, as a recruiter, if you see this after somebody's name, will you not want to talk to the person? Your profile should be a paragraph with minimum of 3 sentences and maximum of 5 sentences. Ideally, it should be the first element after your name and heading of the CV. And stop putting CV. The CV is a document. So why write CV on it? It's like drafting a letter. You know, we have lots of nonsense imported Nigerian English that cannot fly. If you write an essay for Harvard, it's 0/10. People are writing and the heading, they write, maybe to the managing director, blah, 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 and they put letter of. What is that thing? That it's a letter. It's wrong, I hope you know. Letter of. You lawyers, you do it. Letter of. Take correction today. Don't do it. If it is invitation, just start with invitation to so and so. Not letter of invitation. Same thing for CV. Okay? Don't worry, I had A1 in English, so I know. Your profile should be, and then my mom is an English professor, so I started wearing glasses since I was 3 because reading was beating into me. No TV, no cartoon, reading. Right? Now she's a grandma at 73. She still hasn't stopped with her grandkids. All right? Ideally, it should be the first. So a recruiter will go ahead to read or search through your CV diligently when you start off with an interaction and an original profile. Let's move. So I have 10 commandments for you, and then I'll wrap this up. For a great CV. Number 1, thou shalt ensure that your CV is a story of achievement, not a monotone of job descriptions. Achievements are what count and should be emphasized in quantity and quality. Okay? So it's not about, some of you take the JD, the document JD, and put it in your, and use it to capture your CV. How does that make sense? You are describing your job in your CV. That's not what I want. I have an idea of what your job is. I want to know what achievement you've done with that thing, with those tasks and deliverables they give on your job. Okay? So quality. So this is a practical class already. Quality. I led the review of our volunteer management policy and ensured it was reviewed and aligned to industry standard, which enabled our NGO to achieve best practice and also optimally engage, that's an error, should be engage our volunteers for high performance, right? Quantity. Part of a team of 4 to implement digitalization of matter documents in my firm. So they wanted to have lots of all these their physical record digitalized, and they got also even junior people involved, right? Through a 15.7 ERP project. You know, I listened as I was behind. I listened to some of the panelists that were in the first, and someone was talking about being versatile, how that can help, right? How you can be able to understand. How many of you know what ERP means? It's not about studying law. If you don't, everybody here, if you are in this age and time, and you don't understand what ERP means, okay, that's an assignment for you guys, okay, right? Project which is in ERP means enterprise resource platforms, right? So you know them, Oracle, right, Abby? Yeah, so to excel, and I'll get there when I'm rounding up. You guys, you think you are competing with other lawyers that are sitting there. You think you are competing with other lawyers. Nature abounds a vacuum now. You are competing with everybody in the legal space. Every lawyer being churned out, called to bar everywhere, all over the world, New York, whatever stuff. Because it's no more about jurisdiction. Whether you like it or not, it's a global village and all. People can be eating your lunch while sitting in India. So the mindset that I'm a lawyer, this. The truth is that digitalization does 2 things. It's like a moving train. It leaves you behind or it crushes you if you stand in the way. So I'm a lawyer. I don't bother. It's only PowerPoint or Word that I will be good at. I will not go and pick up how to learn Excel. Me and you will have this conversation in 10 years' time, and I will see where your career is. Take it or leave it. Because you know if you're going to need to do some level of business analysis and deal with people at the company, except you want to be just take sick or you don't. But the truth is, do you even know where the legal industry will fall in the next or that? You can distinguish yourself even at the highest level of as in very digitally sound, right? And a cut beyond even your colleagues. Somebody say the cheese has moved. Say cheese has moved. The cheese has what? It has moved. Okay? So quantity, you can see the difference. This is very qualitative, right? This is very quantitative mentioning. Your CV should capture achievement that a boat, right? If you've done internships, you capture them, you do the thing. This tells you why, junior enough, if they put you in this kind of project, you go and ask, what is the investment on the license that we are paying, on this thing itself? This committee that I was put as a junior lawyer, what has it cost the firm? So that you can understand your impact, right? And what you are bringing to the table, right? And how weighty the project you are involved in is. Do you understand me? So that you can understand. You can't only work on the fact that, oh, I'm a lawyer, I do drafting, I engage client meetings, and the cheese have moved. Top talent, it has moved, right? All right, so move. Law 2. Quickly. That will ensure honesty is not compromised. Don't let's flog this. Just move. Right? We're lawyers. We should understand it. Even if I've picked lots of falsehood in interviewing lawyers, right? Even partners, when they step out of the room, partners will just say, now wow. So our partners will say, even you're too greedy. Cut. Anyway, but I'm not going to flog that, right? So we should know. Don't get to be a career fugitive where you have to be watching your back. you falsify so much that you have to be on your toes. It distracts you from even having a fulfilling career because you're always like, will it catch up with me? Will it catch up with me? Will it catch up with me? All right. Number 3, that will be clear, concise, and consistent in your CV. You know, I've been mentioning different things around it. So those 3 C's: clarity, concise, and consistent, right? In your CV. Don't use red font here. I will get there and let's move. That will play safe. Stick to black font color. Yes. Green, blue, or red on a CV are a put off. They're turn off. As silly as it seems, some people still do these things. Oh, you're laughing. It's because you know better for this. Some people still do this. Okay, there are some people that don't know better as I'm looking. Don't turn graphic artist, even if you have the skill. Move, please. Law 5. Media SARS. That will play safe with pictures. Do not include your pictures in a CV except the job advert requires you to do so. Exceptions may be needful when applying for an international or expatriate job. That's fine, right? 6. That will avoid sassy emails like sexybookie@hotmail.com, Coco Master Deji, Yahoo, long thing. Wale, it don't find me at AOL.com. Let me tell you something. Let me help you. Guys, let me help you. You know it's a general blah. You're sassy and all. By the time you enter the work career, you will need to go and, you might still keep some of them, but you need to go and have a proper formal emails that have your first and your last name. Let me tell you how to manage HNIs. Some of you guys, you feel that you meet some people, you feel that your network, they don't respond to you and all that stuff, right? Why would they save your number when you cannot put your first and last name on WhatsApp? So that when you meet them in conferences, like maybe somebody came and all that, so I met you, sir. Oh, I gave you a book I wrote, sir. Or I was the one that asked the questions, sir. Or said mentoring me, ma, and all that. Oh, nice one, Ngozi, how are you, and all that stuff. They look, they don't know what to save your name as because you've put Coco Master or something on your WhatsApp. I'm telling you, I don't have the time. You give me your number, we exchange numbers and all. When I'm having call, I want to save and I don't know what to save as because you've not put your identity. Let me tell you something, There is a formal way really for career speed that you will need to do the things that might be on Gen Z, right? For youth or millennial, for you to whatever stuff, right? To move, yes. I will not save your number if I don't know what to save it as. Some people have made exceptions. So stylish, some people maybe they were smart. I find them young. They asked me questions and all. The memory was, I stylish it out. Oh, okay. So how should I save your name? And they say, so I create exception for some people that struck, created a very compelling, right? Compelling engagement with me when I met them, right? And but it's not everybody. That's just 1 out of like 20. Okay? So be careful of this, right? Let's move on. Law 7. That will make it a rule to capture more than one mobile phone. Truth. When I was married, when I was a bachelor, my mom, I had 2 lines. I think the 2 greens, right? I didn't have a yellow then. The 2 greens, and my mom had a yellow, and I had to, because I was an HR person, I know when we need to reach somebody immediately, and we can't reach the person because of network. You need to be smart about your environment and know the limitations you have. So my mom, who had a yellow, her number was on my CV, right? So people then would call my mom, and I schooled her. My mom is a professor, but I schooled her how to pick calls. Hello? Hi? Please, can we reach Tayo Patayo? Oh, sorry, apologies. This is his mom. Would you like to reach him, please? Who is calling, please? Once they say anything, okay, is it related to a job interview or something? Once they say yes, oh, don't worry, I will get him to call you back. Can you reach on this line? I said, some people use landline. Ask if it's landline. They should drop mobile line. Landline, we just be saying, tanana, hold on. I know. I coached that, all those things, right? So that, because I knew that my phone might be on and network is just messing up. Okay? But after I got married, I changed it. So you won't get me that whatever on my CVs. My 2 lines, my wife's line, my daughter's line, right? How will you not get me? Yes. Don't worry. Do you know when we've lost good candidates? You see the candidate, I wish I can talk to this candidate. You will know it's candidate. You can't reach them. They will not call back. Maybe the text dropped like 3 days after when you've completed the interview. The ship has moved. And it happens concurrently. Okay, so let's move. Law 8. Let me quickly round up. That will set a circle for your CV. Let me tell you something. You need to have a folder on your laptop or your phone you call CV dump. As you get to move, just be dumping things. Because the time when you will need to review your CV sometimes, you don't remember everything that you've done. Because everything you've done is not only about what you've done on the workspace. You volunteered, they've called you to your alma mater to go and speak, you understand, to your department, to your faculty, you understand? All those things are been ongoing, and you will need to put it in your CV to show how 360-degree all-rounder that you are. Sometimes you don't remember in the heat of the moment when you need to review your CV, update it, and send. But when you have a dump, right, you can always know when to whatever stuff. For me, every 1 year, it doesn't mean I moved. I just review my CV, and because I don't take it for granted. I know that. Let's move. Law 8. I know that. That will have a CV dump, yeah, to update your CV on the go and all. Your memory is not a computer. Take this lightly, and you'll not be optimizing every salient detail that you need to enrich your CV. Law 10. That will free up space for important details that add value. Except you're applying for a federal or state government job in Nigeria. Details like local government area is a waste of time. Who cares? I am from Irepodun, local government. Lagelu West, Lagelu East, Lagelu South, Ekpe North, Ekpe South. Like I said, federal or state government, yes, because of the federal character stuff. But corporate stuff, I'm sorry, fair and equity, right? Permit me, who gives and complete it? SOF. All right, so, permit my French. All right, so, let's move on. So, these are the 10 commandments you need to note. Let's move on, please. And all. I want to leave with you 5 intelligences. Smartness is about how you can leverage applicable intelligence to get results. To be CV smart, there are 5 intelligences about a CV that you need to be working for you. You will be more successful at job acquisition if your CV can put these intelligences to work. A super CV must control perception. I'm not going to explain this, right? Because you are lawyers. You understand the concept of controlling perception. Am I lying? Exactly. So why will you not bring that to 4? Lawyers are in the business of controlling perception, even if also you need to use the law. You understand what I mean? But I'm sure that the part about controlling perception and shaping perspective, right, is also a part of that you need to factor, even if when you are going to engage all possible legal provisions available to you. Am I making sense? And like you and those that are in marketing or advertising. So bring it to 4 in your CV. Connect your career or professional experience attachment to the needs of the role. Sometimes, these are the needs of the role that you have seen in a GD. Everything you put in your whatever stuff and all is like this. Needs of the role, Sokoto. What you've captured, showing that you are going to Mali. Right? Conform to expected standards. There are standards in the industry. Right? The engineering industry has some standard. Legal industry has a standard. One of the things is that call to buy is a big deal. So put it there. Don't let us be chasing you about. Some people get, because some little things tickle people off. People will not put, even if stock class or whatever, put it there, right? Your call to buy. You have to put it there, okay? That's the minimum even standard in the legal space, right? Exactly. Wow. No. You guys. Go back. Somebody's finger was very... Please now, media guys, one stuff. Guys, now, you are going forward. You are not going back. Please, stay with me, guys. Stay with me. All right. Conform to experience. Then convert your strength and interest to one's weapon. So don't be all over the place. So I heard one of these, she was talking about how she kept, exposing herself to different things. But guess what? She ensured that she connected everything to a core. So it wasn't exposing to different things without a direction. She had what we call a North Star, a compass that was guiding her. So even if you're someone of multiple talents, right? Multiple skills. I met lawyers that are compares, right? I met lawyers that draw and sell. I've met lawyers that code, right? I've met lawyers that do different things, okay? I've met lawyers that, one, she runs a real estate firm. She's the same person that I said codes. She does ghostwriting. She works in one of the top real law firms in the country. And I know the pressure, right? And I'm wondering, how do you do everything? Some people are like that, eclectic like that. But you find out that she's able to connect everything, right, to a focus. Your CV needs to let me know that even if you have various strength and interest, there's a focus about you. I need to be able to meet you and understand that about you even before I call you into the room and have that conversation with you. Convince recruiter of your suitability. I need to be convinced. I might not be so certain, but I need to be convinced that we need to have a conversation with you. Okay? Move. All right, now you guys can move. Now, for acing job interview, it's just, this one is simple. Just know that you can display competence. KSA. When I say K, what? SA. And you can see it's not King Sunny Ade. It is knowledge, skill, and attitude, right? So, if you pick, so competence, we use it as a bulk word. But competence can show up as knowledge, it can show up as skill, it can show up as attitude. Knowledge, how does competence show up as knowledge? Knowledge of constitutional areas that applies to a matter, right? Abi, I'm picking competencies in law, right? Skill, legal writing. It's still competence, but it's showing up as a skill, right? Attitude or ability, confidentiality, right? So confidentiality is not knowledge, right? Confidentiality is not skill. I'm skilled in confidentiality. What stupid is it? You've either imbibed an attitude of being confidential required to practice in law or not. Do you understand what I mean, right? So it's a competence. So competence can show up in any way. So understand that for job interview, you prepared yourself that the kind of knowledge needed for that role, you got it, right? You're there, right? That the kind of skill needed for the role, you can show how you've gotten the skill, right? And what you've done with the skill. That the attitude needed for the role, you can show it. There are some cases where in law we have to tell the person, no, we don't need you to mention the matter. You're still working with the firm. You've not left, right? And so you don't need to. Out of trying to impress us too much, you want to be telling us of the current matter. You understand? And stuff. Sometimes we help when we like you too much. We help that. Shut up. Don't say. Just give us peripheral. If we don't really like you, we allow you to go. We know that it's marked against you. You are gone. That will disqualify you because you are not confidential. So if you are not confident, just to impress us, you would rather breach a contract requirement, right? And a practice requirement by you, right? Just to impress us and get a job. How now? I ain't gonna take you. Okay? So that is very key for us to note, right? And all. Okay, let's move. So I ask people, what kind of talent do you want to be? Let me tell you what we're looking to wrap it up, right? Organizations are looking for talent that are dependable and that are loyal. Right? That are loyal. When people are low on dependability and low on loyalty, they are misfits in the organization. And the red means that they are danger to the organization. They are shipped out. Right? You don't want to find yourself there. Mercenaries or maverick. When people are what? Are low on loyalty but high on dependability and mercenary. That's why, remember when they will say, some school soccer teams, they will go and get mercenaries or stuff and all. It means that you're looking for, or in warfare, right? Or in military, they're going to get military mercenaries. People that are very high skilled. But guess what? Their loyalty does not lie with, they are like skills for pay, right? It's about, let me do what I will do and let me move. I don't have to be loyal to you. Some of us work with that mindset, right? It's not bad, but it just means that don't stay long. So I'm not here. I'm meant to be very realistic about the situation. You can be in a toxic job that you've lost the emotional connection to. And you're just working with your skill. You're just bringing yourself to work and all. But what I would advocate is that don't aspire to stay long in this way. Over time, it will not even help you or your career state of mind. There are some people that are mavericks. They are loyal to the project. They are loyal to the cause. But they are never dependable. How do you know? Deadline. I'm working on it, sir. It will come. It's coming, sir. It's coming, sir. It will always be coming till deadline has passed and all. Why? Because they're very catty, jazzy and all that and stuff. And just those kind of people that they are so nice. The way they will come and say they're sorry. The way they come and, and all that stuff. But but guess what? Right? So you also don't want to be in that context for a long time. You want to move to be considered a top talent, to be chased around to the maestro level, the maestro box. Whereby, who is a maestro? A maestro has dependability, right? A maestro coordinates. People depend. Other teammates, they depend on somebody. Becomes a real master, right? And also someone that is loyal to whatever they are doing and stuff, right? You want to be that kind of talent at different level, entry level, mid-level, senior level. And don't worry, they will look for you. Organizations will look for you. There are people that I'm spotting now in the industry that work for competitors. My eyes are on them. My eyes are on them. And I know how, when I'm ready to pounce, right? Because I already know they fit this box. If you ask me, is it possible to move from here to one of these? Yes, it's possible. Life happens, right? Things happen, right? People can move to here and they keep giving excuses and all. Maybe they lost a loved one, life crisis, something happens, and they just somehow, they're still loyal to the organization, to the project, but they are not as dependable as before, right? But the aim, like I said, is to always move back, right? And here, I don't know what to do here. Other than it's like a ship going to throw the person overboard into the ocean. Let's move. So what I ordered versus what I got, right? It's clear that you need to allow, I've said it, right? That the lesson of this is to, look, own your CV crafting. Use all the help that you can. Use all the things that I've said. Talk to people, but essentially, let it be. You know that when you're reading something, you're actually also listening to a voice. That's why if you're reading what you wrote, you're listening to your voice in your head. So when you're reading, if I'm reading something that Mayowa wrote, I'm actually in a way connecting. I'm listening to Mayowa's voice. So that when I meet Mayowa, it's as if we met before. You look familiar. Have we met before? Have we? MBA, Lagos Week, 2023, right? Oh, I know you, Mayowa. Wow, Yanai-san. Lovely. And all right, very important. Let me knock this. There's something called Onsa Elo effect. It affects interviewers. It also affects you as a candidate. And you need to be careful about it. Where it affects you is that you should know that sometimes you don't lose your cool. Have you ever been in an interview where you can't read the panel? And if you're not careful, it throws you off balance, right? So different things happen. Ounce effect is when an interviewer is in an interview and it's as if you have a horn, right, on your head, right, and all that, and they are cutting in, they're not allowing you to finish the question, they just stop. You don't know why there is the vibe that, there is the, okay, you don't know where there is the vibe that, okay, thanks, 5 minutes are good. You don't know why there is the vibe that this one doesn't like me, right? If there are multiple people, you will now tend to be facing the one that you feel likes you when you're answering the question. Although a seasoned interviewer should also be trained on halo effect to know why is that. Because guess what? They might not just like color red and you wore a red tie. And that triggers. The opposite is the halo effect, where you cannot enter and somebody just likes the cologne, loves your cologne smell, or likes the way you walk, or loves shoes, right? Loves shoes. There's a captain of industry in this country, TOE, right? And I know because I've met him in the elevator when I was in UBA before. Loves shoes. If you meet him, he spots it. No matter how junior, if you're wearing lovely shoes, you look at you and say, lovely shoes. Love shoes. You can get him. Once you are senior enough to interview with TOE, they will prompt you, dress sharp. If except village people follow you, you go get a job. So you can go and invest in a suit. Lovely suit, not shoot or parachute. Suit, sharp shoes, and all. Halo effect takes place, right? when halo effect happens, you find people helping you. Have you been in an interview when somebody is helping? You know you just made an error, but they helped you to correct it. In fact, the interviewer might not be knowing what is happening, but the halo effect is as if there is an angel behind you, just capitalize. Exactly. So the way to use it to effect is that just understand, and sometimes when it's downreadable, don't lose your cool. Sometimes also when someone seems antagonistic, just this person might have got into halo effect against me and might not even know why they are doing that, right? So I shouldn't be cranky. I shouldn't come off with a frown. I shouldn't be repellent. I should just keep maintaining myself and be asking each question, because hopefully, and those kind of people sometimes, they will still mark you objectively sometimes and still score you, even though they can't relate with why comment from other people on the panel can counter, all right? I hope that has some value. So seed time and harvest, the story of that person that did not get feedback. So real life story. So, and I was on one of the panels, right? She did very well. Guess what? Two things. We wanted a male for the role. So there are soft things that are never said sometimes. So don't beat yourself up. Sometimes you might not get the job because of gender, right? So don't get me against men. No. Sometimes some organizations just want to build gender, because even in firms, they ask us, what's your gender? So, and sometimes men, right? You just want to have gender. Sometimes, most times, it's not even about gender. Most times it's about budget, right? They might just feel that we don't want to have that conversation, right? And all. But guess what? I've had instances when I've moved to other organizations, and when I had budget, I went looking for candidates 5, 6, 7 years ago that I interviewed, hoping that they too have grown. And at that level, 5, 6, 7 years, when I'm even having bigger budget to recruit them, they are still what? They are still top stars that I can get. Well, what is the lesson here? Acing a job interview is not necessarily only about getting the job. It's about leaving a part of yourself and a memory in the minds of the panelist or recruiter. Leaving a memory of a wow factor, that you are a wow candidate. If they can get you, thanks be to God. If somehow they don't get you, right, your face on your name will be remembered, or there is a decision to track you for when they can afford you. That's really when you ace an interview. There are people that think they ace interviews, but they don't know the political thing that went in, and in the end, after they don't get confirmed, you are shipped out. So what's the point of thinking you aced an interview, right? Some people don't know if they were placeholders. They got you in, but you are placeholder. They know the day you are going to ship out. They know, right? It's career. Nobody is loyal to anybody. It happens, right? An organization exists to make profit. You too. If Google or whatever calls you, you can resign with your boss from WhatsApp. This Gen Z, and just I regularize by email on Monday, but by WhatsApp you've resigned. When they're offering you dollars, and so we know you. Move. You know us. Okay, fine, fantastic. Oh yeah, let's move. My time is up. Organizations are at war for talent, guys. Next slide, please. Yes, we war for you guys, but talents are also at war for employment spaces and vacancies. Right? Next slide, please. You guys are warring for yourself. Look, CVs are job interviews, they are weapons of war. If you don't have that mindset as you start your career, God help you. They are weapons of war, right? It's survival of the fittest. Nobody owes you a great job, right? You can be healthy, you can be very ethical, but you don't go to war, a war that requires a anti-ballistic missile with a knife. Or a war that requires a grenade. You go with it with a what? Banger. Can you imagine? Wow, very creative. Yeah. You go with it with a banger. Knockout. How? You'll be taken out. All right, please. So there are weapons also. And you need to, what do we do with weapons? Or we sharpen them. We make sure they're accurate. Make sure that they're prepared. You've gotten used to them and all that. Next slide, media. Media. So move on this, right? So just the thing that creates for you as a young wig, like obey the law of purpose, obey the law of planning, obey the law of pursuit, obey the law of the park. Purpose, know what you're doing, right? So I published 9 laws of performance, I think last year, right? And I just took 4 laws. Performance, planning, plan your career. From day one, you're finishing law school, and then you go about reviewing it. And there's some job interviews you will go knowing that you will not take the job. You just want to smell the market and sharpen yourself if you are still competitive. Yes, I said it's war. Why do you think soldiers do drills when there is no active combat, right? They do drills to prepare themselves and to plan and to be ready. Sometimes you go for some job interviews, right? Just to be able to, am I still sharp? What are they still asking and all and stuff? You don't wait till you sit down in one organization for 5 years. You think because you're having flex and all, and you automatically when you're ready get to. Don't attend any interview in those 5 years, and we'll see how easy it is when you really want to move to just jump into the game. It never happens, right? So plan, pursuit, go for things that you want. Pack. Look, guys, it takes to be an A-flyer, you need to surround yourself with A-flyers, right? Apologies to anybody. This is not whatever. Anybody that feels complex, you too, determined to become an A-flyer so that you surround yourself with A-flyers and you yourself will be surrounded with A-flyers. If you have a victim mentality or whatever stuff, I'm sorry, it doesn't cut it. I tell my kids, right, nobody owes you anything, right? Anything. Results speak, right? And that is it. Anywhere you are in the world, it speaks. Why? Because I know. Okay? You may not be able to choose the battles you are drawn into, career battles you are drawn into, your job, whatever stuff, but you choose your response to it, right? You choose how you prepare for an amazing career. In over 18 years, I had 12 jobs in 18 years, 12 wow factor jobs. And the conversation will always be, at the end of it, is he going to stay? Not is he competent enough for us to have him? That is how you want to be. And in the legal industry, I know one of my friends is an alumnus of Harvard, is in the US now, setting up his practice, still running in Nigeria, and then has gotten into all these things they call trades and all those things. I know. One of the top 5s, like 18 years ago, superb guy. Right? So guys, I'm leaving you, I'm challenging you today. I'm happy that I took this session. It's fulfilling for me to be able to pour back to young people that are upcoming and are ready to really have a blast of their career. Thank you for having me. I hope I've been able to make some impact to you today. Thank you.
Okay. Awesome, yeah? I mean, this was electric, yes? Yes? Awesome. I've learned a lot, honestly. And I can beat my chest and tell myself that at least you've heard a lot. Whether you've learned, I mean, that is up to you. Right? I've heard conversations, different commandments here and there, you know? Commandments here and there, yes? But we had conversations around having a pack. And what does it mean when you say you have a pack? You collaborate. Is that not so? I mean, you can't be on your own. They say 2 good heads are better than one, right? Almost always better than one. So make it count, make it count. So thank you so much, Theo. This was amazing. And to show our intense appreciation to Theo, we will be inviting, yes, we have now in our midst, we have the chairman of the MBA Lagos branch. We have been waiting for him all day, have we not? So we are happy to say that, yes, he's in our midst. Yes, please, sir. Please join us up here. You would kindly help us appreciate Theo for this wonderful session. Please clap for our chairman. If Theo can please join us upstage. Thank you so much. Please clap for him, please.
I sat through the lecture, and it was quite insightful. I wish I could turn back the hands of the clock. Maybe I'll redo my CV and make it a lot better. So in appreciation of your insightful contribution as a speaker during this session, we give you this play. Congratulations.
Okay, just a quick picture with Theo, yes? Yes, committee members, please. With Theo. With Theo, quick picture, please. Go ahead, committee members.
Does anybody have a question?
Oh, that's true, eh? And I imagine that you all were buzzing with questions. Yeah? Did people have questions for Theo? Make up your mind now. Did you have questions for Theo? Yes? Can I see hands? Just two. Fastest fingers. One. And? Okay, fine. Perfect. So one person. Please, let's take your question. He's just behind there. Yeah. Have you seen her? She's just behind there. Yes. For Theo.
Thank you so much. The section was really impactful. So I'm Kature. My question is, okay, when there are applications out there, you get to see 3 years, 2 years experience, and you're wondering, I'm just coming out from law school, what will I do? So my question then is, do you stand a chance, one, and what would you do when maybe your firm of choice and you really want to get there, but you don't have that experience?
Okay, so I'll be short and just balance it. So before people put 2 or 3 years, it's actually because they've looked at the level of experience that will be needed to succeed in that role. And it might be that if you have lesser years of experience, it might be setting you up, right? You know what is called the Peter principle is like setting somebody up to a role that they are not prepared for, they don't have the skill for and all. So I understand. I know that sometimes it's challenging for very young professionals to say, I just have 6 months, I have one year. I don't have 3 years, I don't have 2 years. So I'll balance it. I think everybody should live their lives from first faith, meaning whatever religion you practice, religion gives you faith, right? Even if you don't practice a religion, it means you have faith in yourself, right? But from faith, right, to the confidence that sometimes exceptions are made, right? Now, balance this with the fact that you should not make that the rule or the norm, meaning that, anytime I see 3 years, whatever, so some, if you feel, even if you apply, they're a waste of time, okay? Don't bother, right? But I think that you can be persuaded in yourself at different times to know the ones that you think that you might want to go for, even if it seems that, you are 1 or 2 years short of the required. Because the truth is that internally, do conversations change sometimes when the people meet you? Yes, sometimes. Wow, okay, the person doesn't have this and this. In 6 months, do we see the person's learning curve from what he or she has told us? And sometimes it might even be for where you're coming from, or from the kind of people you've worked with, or the kind of matters you've worked on. Do we think that if you give this person a chance, it might, and different things can happen. Maybe the grade level that job was fixed at for those number of years sometimes can be stepped down, right? Maybe just one, just to take you, right, and to come in. You might see earn more, right, and all, but sometimes I'm saying that things can be agile enough to be changed just because, so sometimes, but like I said, don't make it the norm, right? Don't make it the norm. But like I said, it's from a place of faith, okay? And feel that. So it has happened to me before, right? I've gotten a role that I think I had 8 years experience back then, and it required like 15 years experience, and I got it, right? And then I was the youngest in that organization. I was the youngest AGM, and the next person that was also an AGM was older than me by 25 years, right? Now, but let me tell you something. Consulting prepared me for it. So you could feel that, they put 15 years in ad, but they needed a problem solver. If you work in consulting, right, or professional services, problem solving is wired into you, okay? Right? How to project manage multiple stakeholders, high-end engagement, and all that. So it was easy for me to be able to. They needed someone that was a GM level, right? But they bumped me down from a GM to DGM and to AGM, right? And it was still a bumper package, right? But I got the job. Now, if I go and tell you, oh, I got the job that 15 years experience, I had 8 years experience, it can be misleading to you if you don't hear the behind-the-scenes story, right? If you don't hear the behind-the-scenes story, because in consulting really, or professional services, it's almost double. If someone that has 4 years in professional services or consulting might, most of the time, have equivalent of 8 years experience for someone working in industry. Because you've worked on multiple projects, right? For tight deadlines, fast-paced environment. So you build capacity. And if an organization feels that your level of maturity, maybe in leadership, is already at par, right? Or why not they take you? So, but this is what I think. I think there are still entry-level jobs there that require 1 year, 2 years, and I'll go for it. Now, how do you get to work for your dream organization, like you said? Sometimes all these dream organizations are dream organizations because the entry requirements are tight, right? So the barrier is stiff, right? Not everybody can work. So if you look at them in oil and gas, in professional service, in law, in legal professional service and all, if I ask you top 10 law firms, you count them now, right? But it's not so easy, right, to get into. They are not so easy to get into. They have strict requirements. For us in A&O, it's first class or 2-1. We understand that. Have we made the demand, even engaged at the board level, that 2-2, have we seen some 2-2 that have been wow? Absolutely, yes. 2-2 from law school, 2-2 from, but how many 2-2s do you want to take? How many 2-1s do you want to take, right? So just close your eyes and fix your requirements. And so for us, it's first class and 2-1, right? Does it mean that we don't have 2-2 that come in after like 5-6 years experience in other places? We do. So your strategy might be that if at entry level, because nobody looks at your 2-2 again, after you've worked in one maybe small growing law firm and you add easy access to the principal and you add, you know that there is a beauty of working in smaller law firms in early careers, right? It's a double-edged sword. But one of the beauty is that you have closer whatever with sometimes some principals, right? And partners, right? And they are tag along, right? You do all the dirty work, you scrap and all, but it's building capacity in you, right? The truth is that, let me confess, right? I'm looking for those kind of people so that I can chance the small ones. Because if I get to you, I'll pay times 4 of how much they're paying you probably, right? And all. But if you cut your teeth and all that, I want to get you into A&O, okay? Right? At that point, I might not care if you don't have a 2-1. Or not, right? 2-2. Welcome, bring it on, right? The partners are excited to talk to you. So that can be your strategy. If I can't get into the big ones and all, let me go and find the ones that might not be in the big tier 1. It might not even be in tier 2. But guess what? I can cut my teeth, right? Let me help you. They can use me. You guys, I've seen, right? They can use me. As long as it's not toxic. That's my caveat, right? They can use me. They can use me. Because in the end, you will still enjoy it. And for you guys in your field, it's not in the end of far. 5 years, 6 years, you enjoy it, right? The big guys will come for you. Either industry or even you now have lots of fintechs coming in. They're not looking for people with 10 or 12 years experience anymore. They're looking for lawyers that just have sound 5 years, 6 years experience, to be their in-house legal counsel and all that stuff, they even want Gen Z. In fact, people like me, they will believe that, except I show myself that I'm agile, they will believe that my risk appetite is very low and all that. I cannot flow and all. That's an advantage, right, to people like you. Even if they can pay people that are very senior and they can pay them dollars for investor money and all that stuff, right, they will not. They will want to look for young people that feel that they have the energy, that they feel that they can go to war with. Because every business in the business of warring for competition and for market share and market space. So that's how I can advise you can position yourself. Thank you.
Great stuff. Thank you so much, Tiosa. Even the eagerness to share this information with us, we cannot thank you enough. Yes, so thank you so much. And from what I hear essentially spinning your story. Spin your story to your best interest. Thank you very much. So we still have the chairman of the MBA Lagos branch with us, and we will just allow him grace this stage. I'll yield to him to talk to us briefly. Please, round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. A few things about this program is that we keep discovering talents. Please, another round of applause for her. I think she's done very well moderating this session. I'll start off by giving an apology. It's not in my habit to come late. It's not in my habit to attend functions late. For some reasons, I was out of town. I was hoping that I'll come in yesterday evening. That didn't happen. Then I was meant to get on an earlier flight this morning that was delayed. So I had to come into Lagos a bit late, and that's what has made me come here late. My sincere apologies. You know that that's not in our character as noble men, gentlemen of the profession. And please again excuse my inability to attend on time. And I'll just make a few remarks. One, to welcome you all to the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch. I'm sure that the Assistant Secretary has introduced the branch to you. We're the premier bar. We're the biggest branch of the MBA. We're the most noble branch of the MBA. So you're all welcome to this very, very, very astute and quintessential branch of the MBA. Please, a round of applause for each and every one of you. Last year, we had the first session of this program, the New Week Induction and Career Fair, which essentially is an avenue to enable young lawyers, new wigs who have joined our branch, get to understand what the branch is all about, and also get to improve their scalability and employability. And I'm happy that we are all learning. I've learned a lot in the session I've been at. And I'm sure that each and every one of us have learned a thing or two. But whatever has happened today, we owe the credit to a few good men. When I say that, you would also add ladies, who have worked diligently in the past few months to ensure that this program is a success. And I want to thank each and every one of them, each and every member of the New Week Induction and Placement Committee headed by Mr. Bode Olanibeku, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Let us say, please rise up for recognition. We cannot thank you enough for the hard work. The branch did not spend a dime for this program to hold. The committee put together everything that you are seeing today. The financials, the logistics, everything, the speakers. So please, also if you're a member of the committee, rise up for recognition, please. Rise us as well. Where is the former? Oyin Damola, and every other member of the committee. We at the MBA Lagos branch, we are very, very grateful to all of you for the sacrifice. It's a sacrifice to mentor the young ones. It takes a lot for us to mentor the young ones, but we know that without appropriate mentorship, without appropriate guidance, they may not turn out the way like the Learning Silk have turned out. We all want to be like him when we grow up. So this is an opportunity for us to learn those things that would make us better lawyers, better professionals, better in-house counsel, better wherever we want to work at. And I hope that the remaining sessions we pay attention and imbibe whatever is left of this program. I also would encourage each and every one of you to pay attention to the activities of the MBA Lagos branch, from attending meetings. A lot of lawyers keep asking what's waiting the bar they do for us, waiting the MBA they do for us. There's a lot,
but you can only find out when you are involved. So please, please, and please, I want to let you know that the bar, the Nigerian Bar Association, belongs to all of us. And the more we engage it, the more we get more out of it. Finally, I have one request before I leave. This program is being streamed live on our MBA Lagos YouTube handle. So if you just check on YouTube, search for MBA Lagos. I want you to subscribe to that handle. I'll give us 1 minute. I want everyone to subscribe to the handle MBA Lagos YouTube channel, and then just share it on your own platform, in any platform, so that other people can also see it, follow it, learn what has happened today. I think that will be your own way of extending what you have done, what you have learned today, and what the committee is doing. I'm giving us 1 minute to just subscribe and share MBA Lagos YouTube channel. So once again, thank you very much. We are very grateful that you have all joined this program today, and welcome to the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch. You want to ask a question? Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to take a few questions.
Okay. So, like I earlier said, my name is Silva Okudiri. I moved from MBA Port Harcourt, because that's where I did my NYSC, to MBA Lagos. I've had difficulties. I'm passionate about MBA stuff. Even in Port Harcourt, I attended meetings and everything. But I don't know how to reach out. I think I made a call, I put a call across to you, or I don't know who especially, because I've not been added to the MBA Lagos branch group chats. So I basically don't even get info from the group chat about what's happening, except I go to your platform online. I've reached out to the PRO on a social media platform, not WhatsApp. I think they said I had to go through another social media platform. Still no reply. And I haven't been added to any of their social media platforms. And I would really need that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think that's part of the reason why we're having this engagement. So if you can just take this number, 0803 421 2185. That's our provost's contact details. I would encourage you that you send a WhatsApp message to her. Her name is Rita Uloko. You could also send her an evidence of payment of your branch dues for the current year, and I'm sure she would add you on the WhatsApp and Telegram platforms. Also, typically, the branch meets every second Monday of the month. There are some variations, so our AGM that is coming up most likely would not come up on the second Monday of July, but typically our meetings are on the second Monday of every month. Any other question? All right, thank you, and I hope we're all registered for the conference. I look forward to seeing us at the party that we'll have tomorrow. Thank you very much, and once again, welcome to MBA Lagos branch.
So you see, we're all family, yeah? You've got all your colleagues here with you. Yeah? You know the song, We Are Family? Anyways, okay, so we're going to move on quickly to our second and, for today, last panel. And you're probably thinking to yourself, after today, all the things I have heard, where do I go from here? So that's really what we're going to be centering on in this panel, this conversation that we're going to be having. So, For this conversation that we will have, essentially the topic is navigating the path to success as a new wig. And our panelists. Our first panelist was called in 2013. In 2019, he became one of the 4 Nigerians and 18 Africans that were selected for the International Lawyers for Africa flagship secondment program on his first try. He was seconded to Dentons in UK and the Middle East offices in London, United Kingdom. He's presently a managing associate with the Energy and Project Finance Group at Dentons Akers Law in Lagos here. Join me to make welcome Adeleke Alao. Please, a round of applause. A round of applause into the guests. To your seats. Thank you so much. Our second panelist is an experienced litigation and arbitration practitioner who has successfully represented clients in all the superior courts of record in Nigeria in significant and complex cases ranging from banking, oil assets and divestments, insolvency, taxation, power assets acquisition, joint ventures telecommunications, and admiralty actions. He's currently a senior associate at Stream Sowers and Con. Please let's make welcome Vincent Owoha. I hope I didn't murder that. Dear Lord, please, don't give me bombastic side-eye. Please, thank you so much. Okay, and last, definitely not the least on this panel, is a sustainability leadership specialist with a specialized focus on advising boards on environmental, social, and governance matters, what we normally call ESG. She also brings over a decade's worth of experience in corporate governance, board advisory services, regulatory compliance, management, corporate reorganizations, and company secretaryship. She is currently an associate at Olajide Oyewale LLP with a roar of applause. Please let us welcome Inyobong Shitu. You're welcome. You're welcome, ma'am. Okay. And now, there could be no better person to, moderate this session for us, We have someone who is going to put even a bit more spice to the pudding. She is an associate counsel at Ricky Taffer and Co. She serves as a member of the MBA Lagos New Week's Induction and Placement Committee. She's no other than our Damola Fasaki. Okay, so I'm handing you over to our able Onidamola. Thank you so much. Okay, yeah. So, news has just reached me that lunch has been served. Please sit put, enjoy the program, enjoy this panel. Lunch will get to you on your seats. Okay, enjoy.
Thank you so much, Grace. Good afternoon to the new weeks here present. I want to welcome our panelists, Mr. Vincent Owo, Mr. Adeleke Alao, and Mrs. Enobong Shitu. You are welcome to this panel, which is basically navigating the path of success as a new week. So this session is actually going to be very, very interesting. It's an interesting one, and just sit tight and enjoy yourself. So today we are basically going to be talking about toxicity in the place of work, how to make the work a happy place for new weeks. We're also going to be talking about challenges the panelists will be telling you their challenges when they started out as a new wig. We're also going to be talking about practical tips of what young wigs can do to ensure that they climb up the ladder of success. So stay tuned and enjoy yourself. So this is how we're going to go about this session. I will ask the question, and you have 5 minutes each to respond to the question. Please let us make it an interactive one. Give us practical experiences, what you went through, and all of that. Thank you so much. So my first question to you today, Mr. Alao, Adeleke Alao, you're the first to answer. Can you tell us the challenges that you currently see or for the younger wigs? I'm sorry. The challenges they currently see of new or younger wigs you currently manage at your firm, and how they have personally or at the firm level assisted to help overcome those challenges. It basically says, what are the challenges that the young wigs that you manage at your firm, and how have you helped them overcome those challenges?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Really nice to be here. It's an interesting question, which honestly I would really love to hear from the new wigs themselves. The sort of challenges that we face starting up, well, I'm not that old, I'm just about 10 years at the bar, but I know that the dynamics are different slightly now. But the challenges then were different from what I'm seeing now. I think there's a lot of confusion amongst the new wigs, the associates that are coming in. Many don't even want to stay in law firm practice for long. I think some are just here in the law firm to tick some boxes. We don't have a lot of associates who see working in a law firm as a long-term goal for them. And I think it's a bit of challenge dealing with such people because you know they are not here for the long term. How do you get the best out of them? When you see yourself in a place for a long time, you tend to put in more effort into making the place better. And I'm not saying they're not doing their best, but I think it's more of a psychological thing for young lawyers starting up a career in a law firm. For me, I think also because, law has really expanded a lot. There are a lot more opportunities that you can venture into in your legal career. So there's a lot more things for younger associates to take on. A lot more practice areas. Until recently, we didn't really have a developed entertainment practice like we have now. At least my firm, we have an entertainment law department now, which wasn't there when I started. We have data protection that is really, starting up. We have a lot of people going into tech now that we didn't really see all that starting up as well. So there are a lot of more options to choose from, and you find out that the associates also don't know which parts they want to follow. So that's a challenge that I see, and helping them to realize, okay, this is the thing that I want to do. What are your passions? Even if you don't have passion, what do you just enjoy doing generally? And how to tailor what you're doing right now into, that passion, that what you love to do. Because at the end of the day, if you don't enjoy what you're doing, no matter how good you are at it, there's still, you just feel frustrated. You don't feel any fulfillment. So the best approach that I try to, apply is to have discussions with associates. Let them tell you what they want. This is what I want. And, based on the response that you receive, you're able to tailor-made specific solutions for such persons to follow. I think that's the way I've tried to approach it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adeleke Alao.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Vincent, over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So, I agree with what Adeleke has said. In addition, I'll just add that I think there is a concentration problem that we have now. that's what I see. You guys want to do, those who are called to bar, I'm speaking about those who were called to bar, let's say from 2019 till date. My experience with them is you seem to want to do everything at once. You can't, there doesn't seem to be a desire to put your head down and learn. It doesn't work that way. When I came I got into my firm in 2011, and they told us at the time that you cannot expect to know where you're going to specialize just yet. You have to gain a bit of experience here and there. It's a combination of many things. So they will ask you to work in the litigation department first, and then they will ask you to work in the corporate department. The essence of that is that as a young lawyer, you really don't know where your direction is. Some people you see today who have made it in the profession became what they are based on where they found themselves. Some of them got into firms that did only corporate commercial work. And then they carved a niche for themselves doing corporate commercial work. They developed expertise. Some people, I walked into my law firm, for instance, determining that I was going to do corporate law exclusively. That's what I wanted to do. But I'm here sitting before you. I have not done a lot of corporate law all the while I was there. In fact, as soon as I got in, for some reason, the first partner I met was the senior advocate. And I started doing work for him. And lo and behold, I've remained in the dispute resolution department till now. So you really don't know where you're headed. And don't be too hard on yourself, when that happens. Everybody starts out confused. You don't know. You want to be, the picture you have of yourself is that you want to be an accomplished lawyer. But how to get there is usually the question, what you don't know yet. So calm down, put your head down. This whole concentration thing, you have to make impressions early enough. Now I find that, and this is a major challenge, I find that I send work to people and they go on ChatGPT and produce a document for me. And it's fascinating because sometimes the citations are totally off. What impression are you passing on to me, who is supervising your work, that you're looking to cut corners. You're looking to, you're not looking to follow the process. There's a reason why the older and established lawyers, when they started out, in terms of researching for case law, will go to the law reports and look at all the indexes in order to get the cases they're looking for. In the course of looking at indexes, what you'll find is that you might find something related to the point which you may not have conceptualized at the time, and it may be useful to your case. But now what we find is, and I am not criticizing technology, in fact, I'm a huge fan of technology, but what we find is that people are losing the desire to be detailed, to produce good work. ChatGPT is good. It's going to help you get out the information in 5 minutes. But have you learned anything from it? If you do not go through a process, it will show. In 5 years' time, when you go out for an interview, like we learned in the last session, they ask you, what did you do? How did you come to that? How did you get the answers that you claimed you got? And you may not be able to speak for it because you have not passed through a process. So for me, I'm saying that law is a senior advocate once said at a session I attended that you have to treat law like a lover. So you have to pay attention. You have to devote your time, your energy, your resources, and it yields in future. So when you see lawyers stand up in court sometimes and you're fascinated by how well they have articulated their points, that is a measure of the process that they have been through. So it's a word of encouragement for those who are just starting out. Please, there are some important details you need to pick up now at this point. Please pick them up, go through the entire process, gain as much experience as you can from everywhere. It is that experience that determines where you want to end up. It will usher you into where you may find out that there's a friend of mine who worked at a copyright, a firm that used to do intellectual property and copyright. That is where he started out. He had no desire to do that. But for some reason, for some providence, that is where he found himself in. Until today, he's done 15 years at the bar. And that is all he's ever done. It was not something he determined to do in the university. In fact, he wanted to be a litigator. He wanted to fight. But he came out, he found himself there, and before you know it, he's one of the leading practitioners today in intellectual property. So faith has a way of ushering us to where we want to go, but you have to be open-minded to receive what faith has in store for you. So that is where I would end on that point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vincent. Over to you, Mrs. Enobong Shizu.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm very happy to be here and to share this. And I'm going to share some real-life examples. Like, while I was just sitting there, I had to deal with something similar with some of the new associates that just came in. NYSC, actually. They had been assigned some work to do, something very simple. They were just supposed to share a screen at the meeting that was ongoing earlier. And he opened up, he didn't share the screen properly and ended up opening all the dashboards that were showing different things that he was doing. And, pop-up messages were just coming in during the board meeting. And, the directors were like, what's going on? Why are all these messages coming in? And, the person that he attended with was so livid and, had to send me a very long email. So I was just trying to type and just deal with it, like, okay, what's going on? So I think that is a classic example of some of the things I've had to deal with new associates. So much in a hurry to get to the finish line, you don't realize that to actually succeed in life, there's a process. And that process involves being accountable with the little things. Something as simple as sharing his screen at that meeting, he has ruined his impression in front of those directors. The person he worked with will no longer want to take him for meetings because they know that he will mess things up. So, like one of the speakers said, impression, accountability, paying attention. You don't necessarily have to have all of the answers, but what level of effort and diligence are you putting into the work? And I'll give you another example. There was a research that we were supposed to carry out, and the new law that the CAC passed, and we had asked some of the associates to go and just do a very short, simple research. Go to CAMA, get the answers, do a write-up. And they went online, copied some laws and all sorts of things, just copied, pasted into the document. It didn't take time to read, and sent it to the associate that was supervising, who was so confident that it was okay. It was a simple research. She sent it to the partner. And when the partner received it, and she was like, what is this? And of course, the backlash comes to the manager. Didn't you look at it? Didn't you do that? And it took a very long time for that particular associate to clear out that impression. I'm telling you, impression is so critical when you're starting out with your career. Even if someone says your responsibility is to put these documents in this file, do it diligently. It makes all of the difference. You should be reliable. Reliability is another thing that we have struggled with. We give people tasks. You have 2 days or 3 days to submit this work. Okay, I'll submit it. The third day, where is the job? Oh, I'm coming, I'll send it to you. 12 midnight. Where is the document you're supposed to send? I'm coming, I'll send it to you. We end up having to do it. You take the job from them and do it. So, what is your why? You come into a firm. What is your reason? Why do you want to even read law? You need to ask yourself those questions, because it will not always be rosy, it will not always be fancy, it will not always be easy, but it's your why that would keep you going. And it's your why that will drive you and keep you, diligent and focused on what. Those are just, I can give you, if I want to start listing some of the things that have happened, we can stay here forever, but we've had to deal with all those kind of things. And those are practical examples that I just thought to share with you. Wherever you find yourself, wherever you go to, strive to make a lasting impression. Walk there as though that day is your last day. Like, this is my last day. After today, I don't have to work in this firm anymore. Just strive to leave that impression. So I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. And there's something I took out from what she said. She said, you should be reliable. I'm sure most of you are either NYC corpers, or new wigs, maybe that did their NYC before coming to do law school, and then now you are working as first-year lawyers. So I know of someone that I work with, and I mean, if I tell you, oh, please, I need this letter in 10 minutes, a simple letter as an update to a client, oh, we went to court today, this is what happened today. This letter will take 2 days. So I understand where she's coming from. We actually need to be reliable. When they give you something to do, ensure that, yes, why are you laughing? It's not simple. No, it's a simple letter. Or, okay, maybe 30 minutes, at least, but don't take 2 days to write a letter. No, I think it's very right, reliable. Once you're reliable, once you're done with your NYC, definitely your partner or the managing partner will say, oh, this person is reliable, she's competent, and yes, we should retain her. So I think you need to take what the 3 speakers have said right now to heart, and hold it with your right hand. Don't use it with your left hand. Don't use it to eat. Thank you very much, our speakers. The next question for you right now is, tell us your challenges when you started out as a new wig, and how you were able to overcome those challenges to get to where you are today. So, Mr. Vincent, over to you. You first.
Can you hear me? Okay, better. So, when I got in, we were not as... Hello? Okay. We didn't have quite the structure that we have now. So at the time, you had to work for everybody. So you go in and partner A calls you and says, oh, look, I need you to work on this document immediately and I need it urgently. Okay, partner B, oblivious of what partner A has given you, comes up to, gives you the same instruction. At the end of the day, you may have 4 similar instructions. Now, what do you do as a junior associate? Do you say, no? I made a mistake once. I walked up to one of the partners. I walked up to him and I said, I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. A has asked me to do this. And he said, what do you mean by that? What does that mean? And he left it at that. I had to use my tongue to count my teeth. So the advice to you would be that you should not say, I don't think you should ever say no to work. That is what I would advise you. But there is a twist to it. So what you should do is actually, Mr. A gives you work, accept it, but say, when do you want me to turn in this work? So that is time management now. So he would say, it's not that urgent. I think you can turn it in by Friday. And then Mr. B gives you work. You find a way to manage everybody at the same time because, we can go on and talk about impressions, but it may be the day that you have 4 or 5 things to do that, a partner suddenly realizes that, oh, this guy has refused to do my work. Maybe that is his character. And the impression is formed because you turned him down. You were not able to deliver the work, or you refused to accept it because, according to you, your hands are full. So you have to be careful. You have to take time management seriously. What I advise is that every day, you draw up a list of what you have to do and find a way to allocate time to it. So what you should do is the most difficult thing sometimes. You have to figure out what works for you. Whether you are a morning person or an evening person, that determines whether you put the most difficult things at the top and the easier things at the bottom. But my pattern is the easiest thing, sending an email to somebody, I find it easy. So I'll dispatch those things first and then later deal with the most serious things I have to deal with. So that is what I had to do, and I had to learn this sometimes the hard way. I'll not lie to you, I was scolded sometimes. It had to be ingrained in me that, look, this thing is a business. And ultimately, what you should do is that you have to consider this thing as if you were back in the old days. You come out of law school, you're on your own, you're the only lawyer in your office. Your sustenance depends on the work that client gives you. What kind of responsibility will you owe to the client? Are you not going to sit down by 6 a.m. to do the work, knowing that you have a deadline for 9 a.m. that day? You understand? You have to have that desire and commitment on the work. You have to have a sense of responsibility. So for me, those are the challenges, the initial challenges I faced. Of course, I'm not going to talk to you about how you come in from law school and you meet the culture shock. You find that law school taught you something. When you walk into a law firm, you start to see that experience is a different ball game entirely. That happens. I'm sure you guys have experienced it already. So these are all the things you do. But please, if you don't take anything out of what I've said, please remember that once you walk into a firm that has a number of people, it's not a sole proprietorship, you should expect that different people will give you work, be they partners, associates, or the associates that are superior to you. How you stand out is how best you're able to manage all the different tasks that are given to you at the same time. You'll be bombarded, but trust me, it's for your own good that you find a way to manage everybody. So that is where I'll leave that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Vincent. Over to you, Mrs. Shitu.
Okay, I like to tell stories. So I want to see if I can go back down memory lane to when I started my journey, NYSC. So from the start of my career, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to work at one of the top tier firms. So I applied and applied and applied. I got into one of the top tier law firms. And I was so happy, starry-eyed, looking forward to all that the future had in store for me. But I didn't know what I was going to expect or what I was going to meet there. So during the NYSC period, we had to rotate to 2 different departments. And then while I was working with one of the departments, I had to work till late in the evening. I remember that day, I had this plaid pants that had pockets at the back that I really liked wearing because it was very easy and all. And then one of the associates, the male associates, saw me and said, "You, new girl, why are you wearing jeans to the office?" And I was a bit taken aback. I was like, "No, I'm not wearing jeans. It's not jeans." I was trying to explain. He said, "No, you are wearing jeans." I said, "It's not jeans." He said, he left me. Anyway, I went home only to get to the work the following day and find out that everybody was saying that I wore jeans to the office. There's this unserious NYC girl that wore jeans to the office and, she just flouting rules. And as little as that issue was, it affected my entire year there. Every department, before I get into the next department to work there, people are already saying, that's the girl that wasn't serious. So she was wearing jeans. She's more interested in her clothes. Look at her, she's coming. It was tough. And these are like real life experiences. There were times I would go back home, I would cry, because how was I going to change this impression? What was I going to do? How was I going to explain? It got to HR. I didn't even want to confront the issue because I was so scared. I was not going to get retained. Everybody was going to hate me. So I just kept having to struggle and deal with it. And thank God for like 1 or 2 of the associates that really helped me, and encouraged me along the way. But obviously there was no way I was going to survive in that kind of environment. So I moved on to a smaller firm where I was not able to really like pick up myself before I moved into consulting. For those that know about consulting is not, okay, I forgot a part of the story. So before I left, I confronted the person who had been spreading that story, which is part of what I wish I had done in time. And it's a lesson for us. I went to meet him to tell him that you had done this to me, you affected my work and all of that. Even if I didn't confront him, at least I should have spoken to someone, HR or somebody elderly. That would have helped me, but because of fear, I just allowed the fear to take over. So I moved into consulting, and of course, I was overwhelmed with so much work. We would be dealing with numerous clients here and there. It was a whole lot. Managing that with a new family and kids. For the first year, I was just struggling. And I just used to ask myself, maybe I wasn't born to study law. I think I should just leave this thing alone because it can't be this difficult, But one day, I remember I just went back home and I sat down and I said to myself, what do you really want to do? Like, how are you going to get there? Then I began to write down my goals. I said, okay, I want to be a thought leader in corporate governance space. I want to be a main corporate lawyer. I want to be this. And I wrote down everything that I was going to do. I went online. I started looking out for people who had excelled in that space, writing down all the things that they were doing, all the courses, all the certifications, everything that they had gotten, the schools that they had attended. I wrote them down. Some of them were writing articles. I said, I'm going to start writing articles. So that was how my journey started. Internally, I said, what was I going to do? I was going to have to start getting good feedback from my clients. So I started working hard. I started pushing. And as I started implementing those things and even working towards the bottom line, and it's also something I was going to add, beyond building your legal skills, you also want to build other skills, business skills. I started bringing in briefs, to the firm and to the firm at that time, and that started helping me. So I started getting promoted. I started getting recommendations from clients, and I just found out that it just needed one single mindset shift from the rocky start that had almost affected my journey. One simple mindset shift, and also the role I had of a mentor. I had a very good mentor at that time who would always encourage me and tell me, don't worry. If I did not have that point where I was able to course correct, that would have been the end for me. I was able to look at my journey. I was able to achieve what I wanted in that corporate governance space and just rise to what I wanted. So, that's a summary of some of my challenges.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
So that was so insightful. Over to you, Mr. Deleke. 2 minutes, please.
Okay, I'll try. I have plenty of challenges. I don't think it'll fit into 2 minutes. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. My challenges are a bit weird, if I could use that word. I envy those who start off their career knowing exactly what they want to do. I had no idea what I wanted. I think I will attribute that to lack of enough exposure to what the legal practice could provide. Before law school results came out, I had an offer from a small law firm that I started with. When law school results came out and I had a first class, it threw me into a lot of confusion because I had no idea what I was going to do with that. I think there was a lot of, I didn't have that much belief in myself. I didn't even think I was worth it, the result when it came out, because I was very critical of myself. I didn't think, well, how did this even happen? So I didn't know what I was going to use that for. The only thing I knew was that I was bigger than the law firm that I was at the time. So I wanted to leave. But I completed my NYSC in that law firm as a token of appreciation, if I could put it that way, for offering me employment before my result even came out. But after I left, I was like, oh no, I need to be in one of the top law firms and all that. So I started applying. Yeah, I got a couple of interviews. I got about 3 offers. The only thing I knew I didn't want to do was litigation, and apologies to the litigators in the house, I just never had any flair for litigation, even though I participated in the motor mock in law school. But I hated litigation. I still hate it. I'm sorry. And when I went to interviews, when they asked me what I wanted, I only tell them I don't want litigation, so I was open to any other thing. So I found myself in energy and project finance practice. And starting off, first, I didn't do oil and gas in law school, for example, and oil and gas was part of energy. Nothing I was doing was, apart from corporate aspect of it, but I didn't learn any of the things any of the things that were thrown at me at the time in school. So I had to find myself, what is going on here? Over time, and I didn't know I was learning. I kept asking myself, okay, am I even doing well? And that's I think another thing I want to mention. Sometimes you feel like you're not moving until you compare yourself today with how you were about last year or 2 years ago. And maybe at the time I'd already completed NYSC, so I was presumed to have a 1 year experience that I didn't think I had. So I was having to, but the good thing for me is I went into a law firm that already had good structure. So I didn't have to deal with some of the things that Vincent mentioned earlier. But it was still sort of like a struggle, finding my way, finding how to deal with these things. I'd never interned in a law firm before then, so I didn't even know how law firm practice works. But over time, I think based on, thankfully, the law firm I'm still at the law firm, Benton's Acres Law, the culture there sort of helps to because it's like a family-oriented, place. You're able to, relate with people. That doesn't mean that you still didn't have to deal with different characters in the law, especially as an associate. Ability to, learn people's characters, knowing what each person wants, serving people the way they want to be served, mingling different patterns of instructions. You have people who are able to sit you down and give you instructions. Oh, this is what I want. This is what we're trying to achieve. You have another person that will just straight at you. This is client's instruction. Go and deal with it. And some people are receptive to coming to them to ask questions. Some just say, oh, figure this out, research. Everybody research. You don't even know what you're researching on. So you have different people, and being able to identify a particular person, I know I'm going beyond 3 minutes, but sorry. Being able to identify a particular person that can help you out in the law firm that you're starting off is very, very important. What I try to do now, knowing what I went through, is to be the solution to the issues that I faced when I started. So I know, okay, I didn't have a lot of people to go to, not because they weren't there, or I didn't even try. But I just felt maybe there was this fear of, would they even listen to me? So I was trying to just find things out on my own. What I tried to do is to create a form of relationship with the associates. I'm not one guy that is up there. We are all the same. We're all trying to just find a way out for this client. So when you create that sense of, you can approach me, we can discuss this issue. I don't even know it myself. You come and teach me. Let us discuss this together. There's a sense of worth that the associates feel. Of course, it also depends on the type of associate. There are associates that just want things to be given to them, but you know how to maneuver around this. So that's how I am able to help the associates out, which I didn't necessarily have at the time. But in terms of general challenges, I think for some reason I was able to figure out. I hope I was able to figure it out. Because at the end of the day, you don't get to a point where you've learned enough, you keep learning. Then there are new things I'm discovering every day, and I hope that continues. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alao. Just to chip in a little bit of my own experience, mine is also very weird. One of the challenges I had was I did my NYC in a federal government agency, Marina. So my cousin used to work at Apapa. So he would take me very early in the morning, around 6 a.m., drop me at Marina at 7, and then he would go to work. I'll be in the office, and people would just start strolling in around 10:30, 11. And one day, one of the senior lawyers told me, said, why do you want to kill yourself? Why are you coming very early in the morning? And I said, okay, no problem. The next day, I started coming at 10, 10:30, 11. So throughout my service year, I was going to work around 10:30, 11. I got a job, and they said I should be resuming around 8 o'clock in the morning. It was tough. How can I start from 11:10 to 8 a.m. in the morning, and sometimes you have to come earlier if you have to go to court? I said, is this life for me? I said, let me go and look for this government job. I tried, but I didn't get it. So I mean, where you are right now, it might be something different entirely to where you're going to go to maybe next year, or you might still remain there. So there's a way you need to balance it at some point and know that, from where I am right now, I'm moving to this new place. What is the new thing I'm going to meet? It took a while, but I mean, I buckled up. I was like, I didn't want to do it until one day one of my friends said, I wish I was a lawyer. I like the way you go to court. I like the way you could just get an agreement now, money will come. Unlike me, look at me, I read environmental, it's just, I'm stuck somewhere, and that thing just hits me. Yes, you did a good job. My father tried, he pushed me to read this law, and I did it. So I'm just trying to tell you that where you are right now might not be where you'll be next year. So just try and integrate, try to ensure that you can merge, your life, move from this life to the next, whatever is coming next. Thank you very much. Okay, so our next question is, we know that there's toxicity in the workplace. Now, while you were a young wig, how did you deal with that? And now that you are an older lawyer, how are you able to make the workplace a happy place for young lawyers? Mrs. Shitsuma. Ma, 3 minutes, please.
Okay. I mean, I've already shared some of my experience. How I was able to deal with it was speaking out. I think that I learned that from the very first place where I worked. So subsequent places where I got to work, I was more vocal and vocal with senior management. So when there were issues that happened, particularly in relation to managers that were really toxic, and I can't share too many examples because I don't want anybody picking out what I'm saying, but yeah, I just had to walk up to those in charge and just tell them, oh, these are my experiences. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, but most of the time it really just helped to build my confidence because I knew that I was bold enough to now say, oh, these are the challenges I was having, or these are the issues. We also had one anonymous box that we used to go and put in there, so I was always putting in complaints that, oh, this is what's happening, this is what I'm dealing with, so that also helped. And then doing my job, because I found out after a while that as long as it wasn't a personal attack on my personality or anything that involved me, if it had to do with the job, I would ensure that there were no issues. So I ensured that I did my job well. So there was no complaint around this person is doing like this or this person is doing like that. So that also really helped me. In my current firm where I work, one of the things that I did when I joined was to carry out like a survey and just ask questions from younger associates to get feedback from them regarding what their issues were, their challenges were with the management style, because we were dealing with a lot of attrition at that time. And I found that a lot of them really felt like they were boxed, there was a bit too much of micromanagement and all of that. So we did try to deal with that by having an open door policy, being a softer approach to management and overseeing the work, and implementing training for those that were struggling, because the truth is, if you have been through something, you're able to relate to other people's struggles. For a lot of associates, I find that it's not that they can't do it, they just don't know how to start. So for some, we've had to tailor like personal training plans for them that they've had to attend, and internal coaching and training for them. For others, one-on-one trainings. For some, I've had to put personally under my wing to train them, and I can say I'm very happy to see the level of growth. I mean, there's one that was recently poached to a multinational. I'm happy. I mean, when she started off, there was a bit of a struggle, but seeing where she is now, it shows that those things and those trainings have paid off. Incorporating fun activities in the office and giving them the opportunity to just be happy. We have a hybrid work model, so we have like a bit of flexibility around how the associates can work and all. So those are just some of the things that we've done.
Thank you very much, Ma. Mr. Lau.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you.
Don't exit.
When we talk about toxicity, I think it's one thing to feel like you're in a toxic environment. It's another thing to be in a toxic environment and not even know it. I don't believe that I don't believe that I've had to experience toxicity in my law firm, but I know that it could happen depending on each person. I don't know how much of sense that makes. So yes, you can be in an environment where things are not just going the way you want them to go, and sometimes it might just be a personality clash issue, and when you get to just work with a different person or a different department, you see that issue is not there. But for me, I think the issue that I had was, I mentioned earlier that I was struggling a bit, and nobody seemed to admit that I was struggling, but I felt like I was struggling a bit. So I had a lot of, I dread checking my emails in the morning, because I had somebody that I was working with then that I like to work in the night. And so when I send you something before I close for the day, and then you work in the night, and I wake up to emails, and man, my day's already ruined, because the things I'm saying in the emails are not pleasant. What I try to do with that is I try to find out what the issue was. This person cannot just be angry with me for no reason. I mean, it's possible. Some people just don't like you. They don't like your face. But what I try to do is I need to find a way to work with this person in a way that I will also enjoy. So what I did was, okay, what does this person like? What does this person doesn't like? I need to, but these are all work related. I know there are some personal issues that sometimes you just can't work around it, but for me it was more about work related issues. So what I did was try to do things in a way that the person would appreciate. The issues that the person has raised before, make sure those issues don't come up again. And interestingly, when the person was leaving, the person admitted that, oh, I was too harsh on you. I'm sorry. I was so surprised that the person could apologize to me. This was about 5 years after. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry that I treated you this way. There was nothing personal. I think maybe the person was even going through something on his own that I didn't know. But yeah, so I think that's the only thing that I can point to as, oh yeah, probably a toxic situation for me. I think for me, the kind of personality that I have, I'm able to adapt to different scenarios, and that's why I think I'm good with people of different backgrounds, different personalities, because I'm able to feed off people's energy. I'm able to know what this person likes, how to maneuver around this person. This is what the person likes. This is how the person can be related to, and that has helped me to really maneuver myself around what some people might call office politics, which I don't necessarily think they are. It's just people's different personalities. I think that's just what I can say. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lau. Mr. Vincent, over to you.
Okay, I would say that sometimes we have to be careful with what we call toxic behavior. Some people are just they're really not thinking about you. There is something else that is going on in their life. The way they react to you sometimes is dependent on how they're feeling. Now, when I joined my firm at the time, I just wanted to be in my own shell. I wanted to do things my way, prepare documents. I wanted to be the star lawyer. But what I didn't know at the time was that my reclusive behavior was affecting my relationship with other people. So I started to notice that they were nicer to some people at the firm, were nicer to some kind of people who were cheerful, always coming, greeting them, playful, but they were not as nice to me, I would learn this much later, that sometimes too, your personality can affect the way people relate with you. So, first point, don't go into a new place and, no, everybody is not going to like you initially. It's life, it's human nature. But don't go into a new place and start acting like, we used to call it, that we used to say in my place that a chicken that goes to a new place stands on one leg. Try to create a sense of feeling at home in the place. And sometimes things will fall into place for you. There are other things too. There is a particular partner that I work with. Now, I can tell you, even if, no matter how well constructed you might think that your letter is, you send it to her, she would put it in her own words. Initially, I used to find it annoying. I went to school, I did well in English, and what's going on? And anytime I sent her work, she would edit it. She would find something to edit. I later would learn that she just liked expressing things in her own words. Like if she goes to court, the way she would say it in court in her own words, her own mannerisms. So that is what she liked to put forward. Now, whether or not I agree with that is not the subject of this conversation, but that is what some people may call toxic behavior. But is it? It's sometimes a clash of personality. There was another time I did some work and I gave it to somebody who was supervising me, and the person looked at it and said, oh no, this is not going to fly. For some reason, I bumped into a more superior person, and he asked me, where is the work? I said, oh, I've done it, and I think I have to redo it because certain things were pointed out. And then, lo and behold, he takes a look at it. No, let me look at it now. We don't have much time. And he looks at it, and we filed it. That case is a landmark judgment today. Now, you just never know. I would go about feeling that this guy is not after he doesn't like me. He's not after my progress. Maybe he doesn't like because I don't go to him in the morning and greet him. There are other instances where you go to work and as an NYSC, and I got in one day, and somebody who was called just 2 years before me called me, come. First of all, she didn't call my name. Well, this is a pet peeve for me. My name is Vincent. People call me Victor, and I don't like it for some reason. And then she calls me, Victor, come, in the most condescending manner. And I go. And she says, take this cup, go and get me water. And these are things you face as a junior lawyer, but is that toxic behavior? Is that it?
Kind of.
So
Yes.
I've given you different.
Yes,
I've given you
it is.
different instances. Yes, I've given you different instances, so you can see that some things that you may want to call toxic may not be toxic. Some things that you may not call toxic might actually be toxic. So it's for you to, and you must learn to suck it up. You must learn to suck it up. It's very important. Learn how to take a punch. You're going to get a lot of punches. Some people who have been there just 6 months before you, who were called 6 months before you, might determine that they are superior lawyers to you. Take a punch. Take it in. Your time will come. And your time will come when you show some, you start to make a name for yourself. Sooner than later. It's like football. Let me give you a story. When you walk into, there's a professional footballer that I read his biography. He says, when you walk into a dressing room, you don't instantly become a hit. People, the senior players, do not like to see you. Okay, I remember who it was. It was Mikel. It was Mikel's interview. He said he walked into the Chelsea dressing room and he saw Didier Drogba, a fellow African, and he goes to him and says, hey, Didier, I was a fan, blah, blah, blah. And Didier gives him the code, hey, guy, cool down, because he didn't want to destroy his credibility with the more senior players. Lampard would be giving him instructions on the pitch. Mikel, stay here. Mikel, go this way. And he would just suck it up and obey. He had no right to challenge Lampard and say, you were not defending properly. But he said it took him 2 or 3 years when, over time, he had developed some expertise. They had seen his hand. They had seen that he was a fantastic player. And what happened? He said in that period, he could tell Lampard, hey, come back here. And Lampard would come back. Didier would no longer be too shy to shake his hand because Mikel was now an established player. Now, imagine, apply that analogy to a law firm. It happens. When you're new, everybody treats you like the new kid on the block. You don't know much. You don't know anything. But with time, something changes. By the time you start to show them good work, I referenced the brief that I did. That I find was the turning point in terms of my relationship with people at the firm. They started to see that I had prepared, in my first year, I had prepared a brief of argument that we filed at the Supreme Court. And my credibility just went from here to here. Nobody could ask me to go and fetch water for them anymore. You know, I had now become an important and integral member of the firm. Now, what we do not have that kind of behavior, and we do not condone it at my firm presently. What we try to do is we try to give everybody a sense of belonging. So we have this open door policy such that a year one associates can interact with a partner. No, there are no airs about it. The partners have found that you have to show your human side. If not, your associates are going to be afraid of you. They don't see any point in the associates being afraid of them. So it is about respect. You're going to respect them, but you should not be afraid of them. So that is what we try to engender now, that people come in, no matter how young you are, because at the firm you have people who were called 30 years ago. You have people who were called 2 years ago. You have people who are NYSC associates. But when you see us interact on a social basis, when you see us interact, you may not know the difference. You think that we've known each other for a while because it's a policy that we've actively pursued. So that is what we're doing. So please, be careful what you call toxic behavior. Sometimes it may just be somebody having a bad day and, you get the fallout of that bad day, but it may or may not be the position.
Mr. Vincent, I may not totally agree with you. There are toxic people. I experienced one firsthand when I was a new wig. I mean, this person will shout and shout and shout at you for no reason. For no reason. Yes. When the person is in the office, you will know the person is in the office. I mean, everybody knew that this person was toxic. So they are toxic, but how I finally dealt with this person was that I found out that this particular person liked to be asked how her night was, how is your child, how just about our welfare. So I feel that you need to know how to deal with certain type of people. When you see that they are toxic, just learn. Somebody would like her or him in that office. Ask the person what they are doing differently. You will just have to study this person. And if you cannot cope, my dear, I had a friend of recent, she felt very sick. And her boss just laid her off. That's toxic behavior. You didn't even call her to ask how you're doing. You don't give her any single form of leave. No, that's toxic behavior. And I think that it needs to be looked into. And I feel that the NBA should do something about it. If your boss is toxic, you should be able to report. Thank you very much. Now to the last question, and please, it's just one minute because our time is up. The last question is, we would like you to share practical tips of what younger weeks can do to ensure that they climb up the ladder of success in the profession steadily and surely.
Okay.
Mr. Lau.
Yeah, thank you. It's always a very difficult question for me to answer that because I think success is different to many people. What you consider success might be different from what I consider success. So, but what I will say is once you've defined what you consider success, like every other thing, working towards it. Practical example, I think I can't give you a practical example because there are different ways by which you can achieve what you want. And my knowledge on the ways that you can achieve them are quite limited to my own experiences. You might have a different experience as to it. Technology is out there that you can achieve what I've achieved by using technology. We're talking about people going to library to check case laws, index of cases. Now you have Law Pavilion and all that to get it. So if I tell you every time there's a case, go to the library and check the index, it might not really work in today's world. I hope you get what I mean. So, but find out the things that the people who have worked in a particular way, the way they've done it in the past, and try to tailor-made it to your own circumstances. Some people will say, I delayed getting married, I'm just using that as an example. Delayed getting married, and it helped me to focus on my goals. Some might tell you, no, actually getting married helped me to focus. So it depends on what you think you can do within the bounds of law to achieve whatever success you want to achieve. I think that's what I would say to that. But of course, if you can bounce your ideas off somebody who has been through that path, depending on the person who is able to listen to you and say, okay, have you checked, just to question some of the things you want to do, and is able to guide you through the best path that you can follow, then that will also help. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mr. Vincent.
Okay, I'm not going to be controversial now. I'll just suggest to you that I guess I should speak to you from the perspective of a litigator. What I'll tell somebody coming in, I'd referenced the Nigeria Weekly Law Report as when I walked into the firm, one of the first things I did, the senior advocate just wanted to test me, said, I need cases on injunction. And I went and I pulled out the cases. I started discussing it. And he said, oh, you know how to use the law report? I said, yes, I attended UNN. I was like, what does that mean? And we went on, and I got to learn that, you have to, there is effort and there is reward. So the effort you put in ultimately leads to, the reward you get. So how it works is, as a litigator, what do I expect you to do? I expect you to sit in at client meetings sometimes, take the instruction, go and prepare the brief of argument or the written submission. I expect you're responsible for the first draft. So, like I said before, think about it as if you're the only one. Nobody is going to review your work. Put in your best efforts. Try to understand the concept. When somebody says, and I'm sure that is what you do at your level now, somebody says, oh, research on this point for me. I need cases on, let me give you an instance, cases on interlocutory injunction. you shouldn't just pick up and run to the library and sometimes understand the context, in which the person is asking you to provide that research. Now, that makes you ultimately a better lawyer. You have to follow the steps. The steps are simple. Understand what the law is. Do your research. Prepare fantastic processes. At your level, you may not get it right all the time, but take corrections. Those markings that the partners do or the senior associates do on your work, sometimes you feel insulted that, am I not good enough? But take it as a learning process. With time, one day, you'll get to a point where you can be self-sufficient, where you can say, I'll prepare these drafts, I need to go upstairs and we'll file it like that. So go through the ropes. That's what I'd advise you to do. There are steps. It's a step-by-step process. Don't be in a hurry to, jump to year 10. You're just in year 1. Imbibe every single thing that year 1 has to offer. In year 1, you're going to prepare the first drafts of every letter. You're going to prepare the motions for extension of time. Sometimes they may ask you to actually prepare the actual court processes. Have a take on the first draft. Please don't be the guy who, when you send the work to me, I'm starting with the heading of the court. It's not good for you. It doesn't help your situation. It doesn't help the impression that I have of you. And if you're going to stay at the firm, one day when they ask me, how is this guy, I'm going to remember that this guy is not well detailed enough. And is that the kind of person that we want? So you have to, and then your appearance, please. It's something that we probably haven't mentioned, but your appearance is very important. If I'm going for a client's meeting or a partner is going for a client's meeting, I'll not take you if you're not looking properly put together. It's your responsibility to go and find a way to package yourself. In Lagos, they say people look at your shoes when they are talking to you. People look at the way you're put up, your outlook, the way and if I'm going to give you a 50 million naira brief of I'm going to give you work, and I'm going to pay you 50 million, and I see that your associate is looking like somebody that has not seen 20,000, I may have some reservations. So please, it is the entire package. Network also. Attend MBA events, for instance. This is a good way to network. Sometimes people say that networking with lawyers is meaningless, makes no sense. But I know that sitting at my firm, we've had referrals from sister law firms. Somebody just calls my boss and says, look, I have this thing, can you do it? So network everywhere with your fellow lawyers, because you don't know where the brief will come from. And you're valuable at any law firm if you can bring in work. So that's very important. Network anywhere, network aggressively, but work hard. Nothing beats working hard and getting the concepts, the basic concepts, understand. If you want to be an expert, you have to understand the concepts. So please, there's a whole lot to say actually, but I think I can, let's say I've compressed it into the bit I've said. So please, that's my take on that.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Shitu, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And the other two speakers have pretty much said most of what I wanted to say, but I'll just add from my own experience, setting goals. Set a goal for yourself. Where do you plan to see yourself in 10 years, 5 years, 2 years, 3 years? Have someone you look up to. What it does for you, or what it did for me, is that it kept pushing the bar. So every time my mentor would acquire an additional certification or training or something, or she's speaking at an event or something, I knew that I had to add that to my portfolio or my goals of all of the things that I had to do. So setting goals for yourself. How many trainings do you want to attend before the end of the year? Read and learn. You can never stop learning. Life will keep teaching you, so you must keep learning. You never know. Read wide. Don't limit yourself to just, I'm just reading about law and then that's it. Read wide. What's happening in the economy, what's happening in finance, what's happening in the tech space. You don't know where that knowledge is going to be applicable. Subscribe to all of these. There are some of these newsletters that you can get. You can read it 3 minutes, 2 minutes while you're on your way to the office. All of that information compressed every single day goes a very long way in helping you get a mentor, whether within your firm. I would recommend getting someone in your firm because they kind of help to shadow you. They cover you and they just guide you through the process. You can get an external mentor as well that would also guide you through the process. Like Vincent said, attend events, industry events, sector-specific events. They're very, very helpful in building your network. Build thought leadership, write articles. That was one of the things that really helped me. Write, whatever area it is that you find that you are interested in. A new law has come out, write on it, summarize it, send it to someone to review and publish it. That is how you begin to gain visibility and notability in that sector or wherever it is that you decide that you want to specialize in. Building your business skills beyond legal skills. How do you market yourself? How do you market your firm? Opportunities abound. You may have a friend, a sister, an uncle that could bring a briefing to the firm. I can assure you, if you are contributing to the bottom line, you are a star. I can assure you of that. It goes a long way in helping you out and your overall reputation within the firm as well. And on a final note, seek for balance. The state of your mind and like she was saying, your health is very important. Seek for balance. Yes, you want to work hard. Yes, you want to do everything that you want to do and meet all those deadlines, but try to balance, or if I say work-life integration, integrate it as much as you can so that you continue to have reason to wake up in the morning and go to work and really enjoy what you are doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. We've come to the end of the session. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I hope you got one or two things, in fact, all the things from this session. So if you have questions, please, just 3 questions, please. 1. Any question? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluwatobiloba Akinfolari. I have a question for Mr. Vincent. So when you spoke, you talked about attending to everyone's work as a junior associate. For example, 2 seniors come to meet you and they're like, this work is urgent. 2 seniors at the same level. Everybody's work is literally urgent. And you are like, sorry, I have something to do. Now, in the senior's mind, they feel like you are rejecting work. However, this other senior is saying that this work is urgent and is going to the partner. And then this other senior is saying, this work is urgent and is going to the partner. And then when you do that once or twice, you are marked as, oh, this person doesn't like to work. But then, coming from my perspective, or if I'm speaking on behalf of every other junior associate, you are thinking, okay, how do I balance it? How am I going to tell this senior that, oh, this other senior has given me work? And then the person's head is like, I gave you work, you're telling me this person gave you work. I don't know if I am communicating what I'm saying clearly. So how do you balance that? Then, should I ask my second question? Okay. My second question is to Mrs. Enobong. So if you said something about being vocal, sometimes some seniors, from little experience I think I have and what I've heard, some seniors assume that they are never wrong. They are always right. What I said. And then you as a junior, you're probably offended by 1 or 2 actions. And then you try to be vocal to the person and say, oh, I'm sorry, please, I do not like what you did. It becomes a problem. So how do you manage it? Because in Africa, generally, we have this mentality that once a person is ahead of you, they are never wrong. So whatever they do to you, whether you like it, like you said, take it in, manage it. But then we're talking about emotional intelligence here, whereby what the other person has done has affected you emotionally. And then when you try to be vocal, they say that you are being too Gen Z, you are being too rude. And I'm saying that you are saying it as on a level of respect. It's not like you told them that, oh, no, you just approach them and then they take offense for it, for that. How do you manage that? How do you balance that in such a way that you do not come off as rude or Gen Z, and in such a way that you also maintain your personality? Because nobody wants to be shoved over. That's my question. Thank you very much.
Okay. So my question to you is, when is that an instance that actually happened? You had work from 2 different people at the same time. Now, did you go to any of them to ask them, to tell them that, oh, I want to take the work, I'll take the work, but I have to turn in something by Friday. Do you think you can extend the timeline for me to turn it in on so and so day when you think you'll be able to complete the work. Did you
Okay.
ask that question?
So understanding where they are coming from,
Yes.
there's also pressure on them to deliver the work immediately. So they tell you, don't worry, I will do it myself. But when it happens once, twice, they tag it as she's always having something to do. She doesn't want to do the work, whereas that's not it. Plus, there's also, if you are in a core practice group, right, and then somebody just needs quick research, to be honest, I probably understand that you need help and I would want to help you. But my partner is demanding for this, my senior is demanding for this, and I have to do it. And this is the practice group I am in right now. That's my primary practice group. So when I try to explain, you'll be like, oh, you don't want to do my work, that's fine. And then somehow you get that reaction from their, maybe the attitude or impression, and then you just see that the person has stopped coming to meet you. So I understand from their perspective, because they need hands, and I mean, why are you an NYSC associate if you cannot offer help?
Okay.
But then I'm just saying from my own perspective.
Yes, I appreciate that. So for me, after the first experience I told you about, where I told the partner, oh, I'm doing work for so and he shut me down, I quickly got the message that you can't actually say no. You shouldn't actually say no. It goes down to management. So what I'll do in your situation is that I'll tell you yes, but can I turn it in by so and so time? And it's now be up to you to find a way to, you have to work long hours maybe, but you're creating impressions, so you go out of your way. If you were to close at 6, you can take the work home and complete it, or you just have to do it. It's not in your place, actually, at this point, to say no to work, and don't give the impression that you're saying no to anybody. So go to them nicely and say, oh, please, can we adjust the time? If it's something you're going to turn in on Friday, can I send it back to you so that you have Thursday to review it, if they're giving you the instruction on Monday? So find a way to manage them, and it's always important that you talk to people. In talking to them, in telling them, in trying to, you're explaining after saying yes, mind you. This is different from when you say, I'm doing work for Mr. X and I don't think I can do it, which is the answer that, to be fair, I get sometimes. People just come up and say, I don't think I can do it because I'm working for Mr. X. That's not the appropriate way to go. Accept it and work around it. That's what I would say. That's what worked for me, and I'm hoping that if your people are quite reasonable, it will also work for you.
Okay, that works. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'm happy you said that. So I would say, in terms of being vocal, particularly when issues arise, timing is key. So you see that your manager is under pressure and is dealing with a lot of things. Maybe she's really upset, and that's the time you just, and I'll give you an example. Something happened with one of our associates. She wasn't wrong, but the manager thought she was wrong and sent her a stinker. She wanted to go and confront the issue, because we allow it. Rather than approaching it, it's a bit of humility, that, oh, I'm here to explain, which is the best thing to do. Look for a perfect time when the person is in a good mood and say, oh, if you don't mind, I'd like to take a few minutes to discuss with you what happened on so day, and then you just explain to them what happened, what role you played. If you played any part in any error, you explain, oh, this was the part I played, this was what happened, this was why things went wrong. When the person is in a good mood, the person is able to take that feedback. In this case, she just opened her office, and she was like, I'm here to tell you that I didn't like what you did. She said, you embarrassed me in front of everybody. And of course, what did the supervisor do? He shouted at her, you get out of the office, how can you work in? So your manner of approach, your language, your timing, even your body language, it says a lot. Oh, please, do you have a few minutes? I would like to discuss with you. You can even have a smile on your face. You sit down. Oh, sit down. So I want to discuss what happened yesterday regarding the agreement you said I should draft. I know you were really upset, but this is what happened. And then you explain. But then she listens to you and she'll say, oh, I'm so sorry about that. I have associates, they do that. Oh, do you have a few minutes? I want to discuss with you. And most times I apologize to them. I say, oh, I didn't know. I'm so sorry about that. I hope you feel better right now. And if you work in a firm where they actually look out for all of those things, most times when your supervisor finds out later that it wasn't actually your fault, they should actually call you and tell you, oh, I'm so sorry about what happened. I know it wasn't your fault. this and this and this is what happened, just to ensure that that's that issue. But your manner of approach, because I've seen it, I mean, Gen Z, I've seen it so many times, you know, they just very, I mean, I understand, but approach it with respect, pick a good time, and ensure that your language is respectful.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Shitu.
Thank you.
Mr. Lau, do you have anything to add? Oh.
Okay, since they didn't direct any question at me, but that's fine. Yeah, I buy into that. I think we need to know that the word emotional intelligence is just not a word. We need to really know what it means. Manner of approach is very, very important when you're dealing with things. You can be in the right and be wrong at the same time because of the way you approach an issue. So please have that at the back of your mind. Nobody's asking you to accept wrongdoings to you, but I also think you need to choose your battles very well. You don't want to win the battle and lose the war. So know which battles are worth fighting and which ones are worth letting go. It's very important, but only you can decide on that. There's also one thing that I wanted to add. I think it's from one of something you said now, that you are helping a senior associate. When you have the mindset of you are helping and that it's not your work, I think you might feel like somebody is punishing you or something. What I try to do when instructions come in from clients is to make every associate know that this is our work. You're not helping me by doing research for me. You are trying to service a client. So when you come with the attitude of you're helping me, you won't really give in your best because you don't think it's what you're supposed to be doing. And the best way to really learn a lot from the work that you're doing and to move quickly and to be reliable is when you take on instructions as your own. That, okay, this is my client, this client is... And it's not a drill. These are real issues with clients that need actual legal advice or whatever it is. So you know that you're not being put to a test. Well, indirectly it's still a test, but you know you're actually dealing with live issues that clients need, depending on the type of instruction that it is. So you come with that attitude that, okay, I need to come and get this client out of this trouble or help this client achieve its commercial objective. I need to put it. So when you come with that kind of attitude, you're even more innovative. What can we do to help the clients out? When you have that at the mindset, I think you'll find out that what you're doing is not really work. You are really doing something you want. I think that's the way to approach it for younger lawyers, because that's one thing I've seen happen with a lot of younger lawyers. Thank you.
Much, Mr. Lau. Please, can we give the panel a round of applause? Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
I think we're done.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I see we've thoroughly enjoyed this, that we've even overstayed, the period for this session. It's been awesome. So we're way behind schedule. We'll just quickly take pictures with the committee and we'll have a wrap. Pictures with the committee, please. The panel, yeah. So the pictures will be just up stage here. The committee, please. Okay, so let's take the pictures. Okay, and so just brings to a close, right? A quick closing remark by the chairman of the New Weeks Committee. New Weeks Committee. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Bode Olanikweku, SAN. Please, let's clap for him.
Thanks, Grace. Just to say thank you again to this very resourceful panel, Leke, Victor, Enobong, and of course, Chinelo that moderated. Thank you very much. Please, one thing to take away from this, and I think it was Victor that said it, and it's the obvious reality. Nobody queries results. Nobody questions results. So once you build your competence to a certain level, nobody really will question you. And you know what I say about this, all of these issues of emotional intelligence, toxic situations in the workplace, and this is not to excuse inappropriate behavior, but ultimately, you're going to be personally responsible for your success or failure. So it cannot be an excuse to fail that it was because someone else was not kind to you. So everything it takes you legitimately to do to succeed, even if it's to accommodate some level of improper conduct from others, well, you can live with it and it will be part of your success story. Thank you once again for joining us at this event. I'm sure we all had a very rewarding session. I learned a lot myself, and I'm sure you learned a lot. You know, it's nice to be called New Wigs. And also just to assure you that the legal profession is a profession that encourages young people to excel. So you don't necessarily have to become gray-haired before you excel. One of the most phenomenal figures that has trodden the legal profession path is Chief F.R.A. Williams. All of us look at Chief F.R.A. Williams as Baba. But if you look at it, Chief F.R.A. Williams became Queen's Counsel in 1958. He was born in 1920. So it meant he took the silk at the age of 38. If you repeated that feat today, it will be celebrated. So just to leave you with the reality that it is possible. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. This has been awesome. This has been wonderful. You guys have been wonderful, wonderful audience. And my name is Grace Migwe. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
More music on trendybeats.com.
Them they look you all like for me like a two-pack, yo. I keep them Balenciaga, they shady milli, I too bad, yo. I know they for your chit-chat, yo. Carry your matter, they go TikTok, yo. My gentle days on go, I know they look bad, yo.
More music on More music on trendybeats.com.
Them they took Globalized for me like a Tupac. I give them Balenciaga, they shaggy Millie, I do bad. I'm looking for your chit-chat, carry your matter, they go TikTok. My gentle